So, yeah, no intro music, no kick on, no even a rant or anything else. I just jumped in here live. Oh no, I could resist, right? But yeah, I can't. I can't. I am so pissed right now. We won't be doing any painting tonight. It's just going to be, I always say I get online to paint crap and talk crap. Yeah, no, no, no. This is 110% just going to be GAM talking smack. When Trump goes live at 10 o'clock, we will. I'm going to see if I can't bootleg the audio at least. This is crazy. Yes, 110% correct. This is just crazy. Although I will show this off too. The wife, my Father's Day present that was delayed, finally made it, and kind of cool. She got me this for, she had gotten me this other sign here. This one. Right. And she got me one that actually is all lit, and I can change the color on it and make it all pretty and all that kind of bit. We got different cycle modes for the lights. I don't know. You guys let me know which one you like the best. Do you want fast and like, hey, I'm going to have a seizure watching this stream? Do you like the, hey, your name's up in lights and marquee kind of stream? There's actually a setting. Let me see. Let me hit one of these settings. So basically, when I talk, it should interact with my voice. So this way, when I'm talking smack or I get loud, it lights up. Pretty cool. Some really neat stuff. Hello, Stranded. I am sorry. This is unfair to all you guys. It's got like a whole board to it. This is real unfair to you guys. Because legitimately, I was not planning on going live. I was enjoying myself, playing my Marvel Rivals stupid game, grinding out whatever challenge was there, and I was going to check out this other new game that I had downloaded. And yes, yeah, you can definitely say that. The fecal matter has hit the propellers. It is, this is crazy, guys. So I'm sitting there and I'm playing my game or whatever. And of course, I've always got a tablet running with news in the background. And all of a sudden it comes up. Breaking news. Iran a bomb by U.S. I'm like, what the hell? So I, of course, stop everything I'm doing. I tuned directly into it. And what's going on? Well, yeah, we saw movement over the past couple days. They were moving the B-2s and moving them over to the ships there and prepping them. And it was like, okay, well, he said 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we would know if we're going to hit Iran. So, dumbass me is assuming that he's just getting prepped for the worst case scenario. Spoiler alert, that's not what happened. Everybody was expecting me to jump on, apparently. Like, soon as I saw that crap, everybody was like, I wonder if GAM's going to go live. And you know what? Shout out to ABL. Normally, it would be ABL's show tonight. I'm not superseding him or anything else, but he's probably getting off a plane right now in California and looking at his phone and going, son of a bitch, you know how many subscribers and viewers I would have had if I just streamed tonight? God damn it. Like, he's got to be kicking himself. Only when he goes to Cali. And it's been a bad day all around. I won't go into details, but found out that David Mon, my good friend over in England, was in the hospital for something. Devin, shout out to her. Give her some popcorn, guys. Stuff happened with her husband. He ended up in the hospital. And my wife was in the hospital earlier today. So, like, already shit's gone wrong. I was dead nuts asleep. Like, this is how my day started. I streamed last night with you guys. I get done. I go to sleep, right? Me and the pup are laying there. I'm dead asleep. My whole house has an alarm to it, right? Like an alarm system. If something cuts the power or something trips that's major, like a window break or something, then the alarm goes off in my house. I woke up to my home alarm going off. For some reason, the power shut off. Not a thunderstorm, nothing like this. All of a sudden, it was just like red alert in my damn house. So I'm waking up, stumbling, tripping over the dog, like trying to get to the goddamn alarm box to disable it. I'm like, what is going on? And then, of course, my wife surprises me with the whole trip to the hospital thing. She's like, oh, yeah, I had to go to the hospital. But what the fuck, guys? What is going on? Then, I get this stuff now. Granted, Fudro or whatever the hell it's called, Fudro, or I don't even know how to pronounce it. Whatever. The Durka Durka site has been hit where they're storing most of the uranium. And couple things we can go over, I guess, just catching everybody up and getting everybody up to speed on the stuff that I saw. And I was going to go over all this stuff tomorrow and figuring we wouldn't be like getting ourselves in a conflict. But certain things have come to light. Number one, we're going to go to the whole Tulsi Gabbard story. So as everybody knows, the news, including Fox News, has been propagating that Tulsi Gabbard went and testified before Congress that there is no intelligence, no credible intelligence in the U.S. intelligence agencies that Iran is working on a nuclear bomb, right? And I think everybody's seen the clip of that. However, if you let that clip play, she then goes on to say, however, we have found that Iran is enriching uranium up to 60% and stockpiling a ton of it. The only reason you would do this is if you were going to use it in a nuclear bomb. Tulsi Gabbard has not broken ranks with Trump. Our own intelligence is telling us that more than likely they're building a bomb. So honestly, screw you mainstream media for trying to drive a wedge between Tulsi Gabbard and Trump, because every reporter's been asking Trump, well, your own intelligence secretary, your director of national intelligence is telling you that they're not working on a bomb. And he's like, well, then she's wrong. Well, she did say they aren't working on a bomb, but then she said the only reason why you would do this is if you are going to be working on a bomb. So they're not out of step. They're not out of lockstep. Oh yeah, stranded. If they drop bunker busters, right, from a B2, because that's the only way you're dropping them. I said this on my last stream. Well, maybe not my last one, my last painting stream. That the Israeli pilots are amazing pilots and all that, but they're using older gen tech. Only an American pilot that's been trained on a B2 could drop that. It could basically make the Luke Skywalker shot of dropping one bomb, a bunker buster, blowing open a small hole, and then flying back around and dropping a second one down that same exact hole. But when you do that, if you hit the uranium stockpile, it's going to boom and explode some of that, uranium enriched, and it's going to either detonate underground. You're going to create radiation clouds. It's going to become an unlivable area because you're basically poisoning the ground from underneath. Yeah, you're right, Anunnaki. That ain't good for your eyes or brains. Neither is a nuclear fucking winter, dude. So unless you got a spacecraft, that you can get the hell off this planet, yeah, it's, I'm sorry, but uranium atoms, I think, what is it, 1,500 years before it gets to its half-life? So when you really put it in perspective, 3,000 years for the planet to go back to something, that ain't too bad, is it? Yes, he's supposed to have a press conference at 10 o'clock, and I plan on firing up the old YouTubes. I don't know, whoever's covering it, Forbes, I don't care if it's CNN, whatever. I'm going to put on the audio because I want to hear his explanation, because I have formulated my own opinion after watching news stories. And like I said, I was going to bring a lot of this stuff up to you guys tomorrow on the stream. Unfortunately, we decided to go hit Iran. But there are a couple things that have developed over the past couple days, right? Number one, 2 cargo planes from China. Now, what's China's part in this? Why would China even give a shit if we go blow up Iran or not, right? Or Israel blows up Iran or not? Why? They get most of their oil now from Iran, to a point where they've been investing in railroads with tanker trucks, the whole 9 yards, for their trains to haul the crude to China for manufacturing, because it powers their bases and all that, their manufacturing base, their factories, and they're getting it from them cheap and all this. So they kind of have a hand in this, I guarantee, because 2 cargo planes landed over in Iran the other day. They even asked Trump about it in a press conference, the whole 9 yards. According to China and according to Trump, well, China told me that, they're just flying people out of there. They're flying people out of like Tehran, all this kind of stuff, to get them away from the warfare. From the strikes, all this. They're trying to help Iran save people. I think that China smuggled something in there on those planes. I don't know what it is. I don't know what component can't be that Iran's having trouble manufacturing. I don't know, because I'm not military intelligence. I don't know. I'm not spycraft. I'm not Mossad. I'm not whatever. I'm definitely not part of the Iranian government or Chinese government. I'm just telling you, something must have gotten smuggled in, because the next thing that occurred, there was a 5.2 magnitude earthquake that happened in Iran. Okay, why is that significant? So a couple days before, there was a 4.0 magnitude earthquake. That can be a natural occurrence, right? 5 point whatever and above is usually somebody indicative of somebody doing underground nuclear tests. So you're telling me 2 days after or a day after this cargo plane lands, all of a sudden you have an earthquake that's the size of a nuclear test? Something's not right here. Where I'm really pissed off is Trump promised to keep us out of this bullshit. There's no new wars under this president. Ukraine and Russia never would have happened. And we're about to see what could be another major war. Now, if he comes out, and this is just it, I'm not going to go full ham on him just yet. I'm pissed off at him for that. But if he comes out and says they had a nuclear bomb, we actually found it, they did a nuclear test, we had no choice, we tried to use diplomacy, it failed. Hey man, God bless you then. We're not sending in troops. This was a one and done. We just hit our targets and we're done, because they hit like 3 nuclear sites with this bombing run. What's nukes? Jesus Christ, Anunnaki. Hey, Google Hiroshima. That's correct, Anunnaki. Just like they did with Iraq. Like, if there's nothing there, and they didn't even have the enrichment and all this kind of stuff, and we find that shit out, because here's my big fear. What is my big fear with this? I don't want people's sons and daughters being sent for bullshit. If it's something where it's legitimate and it protects the world, God bless our military. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I do not fault any troop. I never will. You'll never hear me talk bad on the troops. They go in there, they do what they got to do. They go in there, they do what they're ordered to do. But I am not willing to, you know what? Send Ben Shapiro, put his ass on the front line. Barron Trump, put his ass on the front line. How about Eric Trump? How about Don Jr.? Send their kids to the front line. Not in some like hidey hole position in the back doing military intelligence. No. You go on the front line, sir, and you hold a gun. Because then our leaders might be a little bit more reluctant to get us into shit like this. I ain't willing to sacrifice. I've said this ad nauseum. I am not willing to sacrifice my children. If they make an active choice to join the military and go and fight and all this stuff, hey, they're adults. They can do what they want, right? Still my kid, but they're an adult. But don't go fighting for bullshit. Don't sacrifice my son, daughter, and I won't ever ask anybody to sacrifice their son or daughter. Shit. Do I got this thing set to... Yeah, of course I didn't set all this up. I did this in so fast that I'm like, I see Anunnaki talking, but I'm not seeing the actual messages. Same thing with Stranded. Yeah, and expects is Israel to go in. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Um, Stranded. My big question is this: Israel has, I think, like what 10 million people to it, 12 million. Well, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, say 20 million. Iran's got 90 million. How the fuck's that going to work out for you? Just asking for a friend. Yes, and that is correct, Anunnaki. The Orange Man did say, "Hey, stay out of this shit." He closed up the embassy because it took minor damage and moved all the personnel out and everything else. Now, granted, we've all seen the signs of this. Now, I was hoping it was just precautionary. Like, in case we got to go in, we're going to move all the families of troops out from the different bases in the area. I'm not going to lie. With all these deals he signed with Qatar, with UAE and oh god, come on, what's the third one, guys? Help me out here. But he went over there on that whole Middle East peace trip and investment trip and all this. Came back with like $5 trillion. I have a weird feeling that those guys are going to back the U.S. up because they don't want to see it fall now that they're invested in it. That's like goddamn guaranteed. Goddamn guaranteed that they don't want to see anything happen to their investment funds. Right? So that's a little bit more help. As a matter of fact, I would not be surprised if we found out that like Israel was refueling in Qatar and or over Syrian airspace or some shit like this where they've been helping the whole time. Like it's matter of fact, guys, smash the damn like button. Smash the fuck out of it. I want Trump's explanation. That's what I want. This is what I'm waiting for. I want the goddamn explanation as to what you saw. I want credible fucking intelligence. And I want you to tell me there was nothing else you could do, that you exhausted every avenue to get us to this point. You know, tell me how it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu honey dicking you, sir. That's what I want to hear. Thank you, Anunnaki. Hulk smash. Yeah, we don't paint one, like I said, I won't be painting tonight because painting while I'm angry, we have seen the goddamn results of that, and it's never a pretty fucking thing. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, I kind of want to go full ham, but at the same point in time, that part of my brain, that part of my lizard brain is going, man, maybe you're going to say some shit, and it's going to be like, yes, here's all the credible evidence. This is why we did what we had to do. I'm doing it because I didn't have a choice. Give me something here. What's up, Eugene? Sorry, man. I'm not supposed to be streaming until tomorrow. I figure we'll watch Trump's press conference and then I'll go off on whatever and we'll call it a night. Like, this one is not going to be one of those like 18-hour streams or something. Like, I'm not going to filibuster the stream. Like, seriously, it makes me want to just like take a hammer and beat the shit out of somebody with it. Like, I'm like, God damn it, I don't want this again. Like, I've seen this happen in my lifetime once already. I don't want it again. I don't hurt our troops. Don't send them in when they don't need to be. Keep them tough, keep them strong, keep them ready to war fight. But man, don't, not unless there's no other option. Because let's face it, sometimes there is no other option, and the only thing you can do is get into a war. But don't do it because it's on somebody else's behalf. Do it because it's for us and it benefits us, or it's protecting us from some heinous evil. Sheree's like, I think we were all missing a Saturday stream. Well, sorry it ain't ABL, guys. Sorry. I mean, I can say black, white, Puerto Rican candy stripe. Let's see, what else should I say? Shout out to the mods for keeping the trolls in check. I think that's another ABLism. What else does he say? You know, I'm out in peace. That won't come till the end of the show. I got long ass hair. I'm not shaving off my head. Where's Steve? Is Street Beat Steve? Steve is probably right now. He's got a flak jacket and a helmet on, and he's at Fudro, like right where the military strike happened, reporting on the ground. So let's all wish for his safety. I have no idea why you can't see Eugene in the live chat in Anunnaki. You can see him on the side screen chat, though, I'm sure. I can see him in both places, like on my regular chat and what have you. Yeah. Ordered the Nigerian prince, which I can't even do. I can do maybe a Hindu prince. Will that work for you guys? Will that replace the Nigerian prince if I'm just like, don't be wheezing the juice. I will tell you now by the 7 arms of Vishnu, I will not let you touch my machines. I don't know if that's just as insulting as when ABL does the Nigerian prince or not, but hey, guys, I'm trying to keep up here. I'm a smaller guy, so. Yeah, and there's a lot to unpack here. Watching how all this is unfolded, one of the other things is this. I told you guys mathematically that Iron Dome's going to run out of missiles before Iran does. We need to refill it, right? I also told you guys a long time ago that I believe that if it looked like Israel was going to start losing, that Trump would go in because he wouldn't let them fall. So it could be that. I don't know. But I'm telling you now, the things like the 5.2 magnitude earthquake, and that being indicative of underground nuclear tests, because that's what was measured in like North Korea, for example, when they were testing theirs. That the Chinese cargo planes, which are real sus, because come on now, you really think China does anything to help anybody unless it's really benefiting China? I don't think so. So stuff like this. And I also told you that either we would get in because Israel would ask us, like basically start losing and have to ask us to come in and help their dumbasses, or it would be Russia and China. Now we know that Vladimir Putin reached out to Trump and said, hey, maybe we can resolve this. And if China's sending the cargo planes, maybe that's them interacting. Oh, and China also did say they would offer somebody to come help broker peace. So this is what I mean. We're getting towards that end game where now it'll be America, India, Pakistan, Israel, and Europe, probably Europe, UK versus Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. We'll probably get into it like World War III. Anunnaki, I have no idea why you can't see Eugene. I have no idea. SE, what's up, brother? How are you, man? You watching this crazy shit too? And SE, man, great. I gave you a shout out. I told everybody to check you out because I love that video of the eagle. My wife actually got a picture of a bald eagle that was in a very tall pine tree out in my backyard. A while ago, she got an amazing shot. She does photography and all that. But I really enjoyed both those videos of the eagle. And I was laughing my ass off, dude, because you sound like somebody, like I can tell your parents were either raised in South Jersey or just in the Philadelphia area by your accent. I'm not going to lie at all. Like I was dead laughing. I was like, yeah, SE seems like somebody that back in the day would have come to one of my parties at my house and been drinking with me. And yeah, I'm not liking it one bit either. That's kind of why I hopped on live. ABL's off for the night. I don't know if anybody else went live, and I'm not trying to cut into their streaming time. If anybody else went live, not trying to cut into you. I'm just pissed and needed to get it off my chest. But like I said, I can't go completely off till after we hear what the man himself says. Yeah, dude. Essie, you've got the same kind of like I have that Jersey accent too that drags sometimes, especially when I get pissed. It comes out a lot more. But you've got that same kind of accent quality to your voice. And I was, like I said, I was dead laughing. I was like, I wonder if Essie, like if you're my age, you might even have been to my house for parties, like back in the day. You never know. Like, did you ever go out to the Pine Barrens to party? Like, well, the Piney area. So it's one of those things where you kind of recognize people from where you came from. Yeah, it is a small world. Definitely a small world. And like I said, it had me dying laughing, brother. It really did. Because as soon as I heard your accent, I'm like, because you were telling the tale about the campfire, and I was actually hoping you were going to tune in on that stream. Because you're like, one of the scariest things could be like aliens coming down. I'm like, man, a rattlesnake, boars, wild boars, or a bear showing up. Those would be a lot more scarier than aliens to me. I'm not going to lie. I'll take an anal probing before I took a bear mauling my ass because I got too close to her cubs, or like stepping on a rattlesnake and having it like hit me in the nuts. Yes, actually, that is a true story, Eugene. Dude, I'm telling you, if you've ever been to a town and partied in this house, and it was in a town called Tabernacle in southern New Jersey, it was probably my house. You probably partied with me, or your brother did. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's some terrifying shit, Essie. Um, but yeah, Eugene, true story. Out where I lived, um, it made I don't know if it made national news. It definitely made like all the way to Philly and all that kind of stuff news. It was in the Philadelphia Inquirer. The street I live on, probably about 2 miles down on that road, it goes more into like just empty woods at that time. Like now it's kind of like more built up, but it was like empty woods. And they found a dead gangster there that was riddled with bullet holes. They, I guess they didn't feel like taking him out in the woods and dumping the body or burying him or whatever. They just threw his ass out of the car on the side of the road, and they found him like all shot up. Hearing banjo, when you hear dueling banjos and, hey boy, squeal like a pig, ree! Yeah, that would be terrifying. Your brother lived in Cherry Hill for a while. I ran the Cherry Hill Mall and Cherry Hill Shopping Center Game Stops at different points in time. I lived in Pensauken for a while, just outside of Camden. So yeah, I can see that. Cherry Hill used to be a very nice area. It's kind of degraded a bit. Still very expensive to live in, and there's a rich section and the poor section. Poor section's closer to like Pensauken end. There aren't any gangsters anymore, Anunnaki. The mob is pretty much gone. Yeah, dude. So if you shot straight down 38, took Route 206 to Route 70, and headed towards Seaside Heights down Route 70, there's a small town out there. Well, actually, Medford's one of the towns. The other town is Tabernacle. And yeah, but we used to call ourselves Knackleheads. But a little small town of just crazy sons of bitches. And the next town over is Chatsworth, which was even more crazy. But it was like very small town, and my house was the party house. Let me see where we're at. Let me see if I can't. Let's see. I've got Google Personal. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to set up my YouTube in the background like a random YouTube. I'm not going to switch between profiles. I'm seeing if I can just see if I can find this and set it up in OBS behind the scenes so that when he goes live, we can do the audio. I'll just leave that on Trump press conference today. And so far, nothing. I don't want fucking Google Docs kicking in on this. I'm not even going to sign in. This is just a random YouTube login. So we'll rock and roll with it. Bayville. Yeah, okay. I know where Bayville is. So yeah, Seaside Heights. I spent my entire teenage years, I'm going to say, probably around 18 to like 20s, mid 20s. I would work my job. We'd get done right around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, clean up the kitchen. And then we would all roll down as a crew down to Seaside Heights, chill under the boardwalk, on the boardwalk, everything else till like 5, 6 in the morning. And we did that damn near every night. When I was, back in the younger days during the summer. We didn't do it during the winter, but through the summer. But my house was always the party house, the meetup spot, the whole 9 yards. Um, yes, I agree. I will be going to a legacy media site, so I'll be going to like a Fox News, a CNN, a Forbes, whatever, wherever we can get it. Yeah. Um, Seaside Heights. I thought the when Hurricane Sandy hit, I was already down in. I had already moved out of state, but I heard maybe it was Wildwood. One of the two of them got hit really bad and like wiped out all the stuff that I even remember from when I was a kid. The animal, yes. No, you don't understand. My house was Animal House. Like it was like my best friend used to describe it because he went off to Stockton State College and he was in a frat and all that stuff. And he's like, dude, your house has been a frat house since you were like 16. He's like, we just never knew it. But yeah, that's basically old school GAM's claim to fame. Like back when I was a younger man before I got old as shit. Let me see. I got to, like I said, I'm just trying to set it up, guys, in the background. Is it window capture? Window capture, I believe. Just call it window capture and then select window. That's live streaming Trump press conference. So yeah, I can switch to this soon as they kick in. I'll switch over to this. Well, actually, hold on. You guys can't even see it yet. I'm going to switch to this window here, and we'll go through it whenever they start live streaming. I'll hunt down his press conference, and hopefully the audio comes through all that. If not, I'll adjust for it. Yeah, you definitely came to the world too late, by about 25 years. Actually, longer than that now. Jesus Christ, I'm an old ass man. Like almost 30 years. Like the parties I threw were legendary. I had people from all the way to Cherry Hill, all the way from Tom's River, all the way from like Florence out that way, all the way from Hamilton, that end of the world, all to this little town. Like if you ever look it up on Google Maps, you'll see what I mean. And honestly, Allie Larder, she was somebody that came to one of my parties one time, which is a funny story. But yeah, didn't even know it. And me and my buddy Guido are watching. I think it was Final Destination, and he's like, "Yo, isn't that she's been here before? I've met that chick before." And I'm like, "Holy shit!" And we looked it up, and she was like Cherry Hill or something. It was like, "Oh yeah, dude." What's YouTube doing to you, Eugene? Anunnaki says he can't see your text, by the way, Eugene. Yeah, well, while you were on that plane ride, Anunnaki, I was drunk and probably face down somewhere with a whole bunch of other little degenerates that just were partying and living life to its fullest and working our asses off and then partying our asses off even harder. You don't have them blocked or anything, do you? Anunnaki, you didn't block Eugene or anything, did you? Because that's the only time you can't see each other, really. But I'm sure you guys can see each other's chats on the screen on my stream, though, right? Yeah, usually the only time you can't see each other is if you blocked one another at some point. Like maybe you pissed in each other's Cheerios. I don't know. I have no idea, guys. I don't block anybody, so anybody jumping in, I can see them. Unless they block me, then I won't be able to see them. You guys will be able to see them. But even then, you'll be able to see them on the side stream. You just met Eugene here? Okay. I don't know. I honestly don't know, guys. I don't know what the deal is with that. It might just be YouTube being frail. I don't know. But yeah, what's everybody's take? What do you guys think? I'm honestly curious. I want to see if you guys think this is a good idea, bad idea, you know, necessary, not necessary. Like I said, I'm going to wait to see what Trump says. If there's some kind of empirical evidence that they were going to get a nuke and use it on Israel or something, and we're preventing that, I'm going to hate it, but I'll understand. Sheree's pissed. SE's like, yeah, I don't like it. No, sir, I didn't like it. God damn it. I'll tell you what's got me pissed is I can't find a lighter and I need a cigarette right about now to calm my nerves before I tear somebody's head off. Yes, and that's where I'm at with it too, SE. I'm afraid of another Iraq. One of my other things is I don't want to. We got so many problems going on in the homeland. We really don't need to be invested in a war somewhere else. $50 Agent 48s, huh? Oh my God. Dude, that guy, I mean, I just like, look, come out and say what you're going to say, Agent 48, and leave it up there. Who cares? You're not being slick. We all know who you are. You know, well, we don't know who you are as a person, but we know what your point of view is and everything else. Leave it up. Just stop. Stop your nonsense. Stop it. Stop it now. Yes, no new wars, and that's what Trump was elected on, and that's the part that's going to have me the hottest. Having Tulsi Gabbard named DNI, that gave me hope that there wouldn't be any new wars because she's very anti-war. So if she's literally saying like, yeah, we had to do this, I'm not going to lie at all. That's going to carry a lot more weight with me because she is so dovish about new wars. Yeah, well, honestly, here's the thing. If so, my whole thing is this: World War III. Let's say this does kick into World War III. We're just talking in hypotheticals, which may or may not happen. Okay. If it does, it's not going to fall on the U.S. as much as it's going to fall on Israel. It's going to be Israel caused World War III. And to be honest with you, and I'm not going to lie a little bit, I have a feeling that the world will not be too kind to Israel after that. I'm just going to leave it at that. I really don't. I don't think the world will. It's going to reflect very poorly, and I'm going to feel bad because I don't ever blame the citizens of a place for something happening like Iran, right? In a way, you can kind of blame the citizenry because if we go back, the U.S. and I don't know, was it Israel and U.S.? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Israel, but it was definitely the U.S. and I believe Europe installed the Shah of Iran. The people hated him and all that, and that's how we got Ayatollah Khomeini because they exiled him, right? Like the people in Iran exiled him, thinking that Ayatollah Khomeini was going to bring them more freedom, and actually tightened the noose around their necks even tighter than the Shah. Now I've heard, and I don't know how true it is, but like 80% of the people are invested in overthrowing Khomeini. Well, that's great. Let people handle their shit in their country. You know, here we vote, and yeah, everybody may fucking hate Biden, but he got voted in. We lived with it for 4 years. Everybody may hate Donald Trump. Everybody voted. He got in. Live with it for the next 4 years. That's where I'm at with shit, right? We change out leadership like that. Yeah. And you're not wrong about opening Pandora's box. I'm not too worried about Iranian tech and all this. I'm more worried about some asshole with a dirty bomb in a backpack in the middle of downtown New York that detonates it. You know what I mean? Stuff like this. Look at the Democrat shooter thing, right? Which is a whole crazy story. I'll get into more tomorrow because, you know, I'm hung up on more tonight. We'll get into that when I actually do the real stream or what have you. Not like this one isn't, you know, this one just kind of came together real fast, guys. But look at everything going on with that, where he wrote a letter to the FBI saying Tim Walz wanted him to take out Amy Klobuchar so that he could have her Senate seat. Stuff like this. Is that a false flag? Is that a guy playing 4D chess? Did he leave? Why aren't we seeing manifesto? Like, there's a lot of questions. Yes, and you're right. You're right, Essie. We don't know who came over those borders. Remember, there was one guy who stopped in front of a camera and said, "You don't know who I am, but you will." Right? What if that guy's like, "Oh shit, that was a guy who's, you know," because one of the things that has been said is that, oh yeah, they tried to kill Trump twice. He wasn't talking about the, you know, Crooks, and he wasn't, when BB said that, he wasn't talking about Crooks and the other guy at the golf course. He was talking about there's 3 Iranian hitmen, basically, that DOJ has picked up, that they foiled the plan before he ever got the assassination attempt off. That's legit. That's been logged. Trump's coming out now. I didn't even know he was gay. All right, let's get to it. Let me do a little refresh here, see what we come up with. I still don't have anything on this top news. Oh, I got it. All right, let me mute the commercial. Skip that. Can you guys hear this? Sheree, give me the okay if you can hear Trump talking. Desktop. How about now, guys?
By their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades.
So they hit all the
Hopefully, we will
uranium.
no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, somebody else going to speak? That's it. That's all we get? You cock knocker. Well, alrighty then. Okay. Oh, now I got to turn that shit off because it's in my ears. That shit was short, sweet, and to the point. So according to Trump, it's a one and done. He just wanted to hit the nuclear facility so they couldn't get it. Well, I'm not going to lie. If you already have the knowledge, you can't stop knowledge. So you may have just slowed them down a bit, but eventually they will get to a nuke. Yeah, honestly, Essie, that's well said. Where I sit at it with it is, okay, let's say this is, of course, I always go to, what I know as far as fighting goes, because I'm not an expert on geopolitics or any of this bullshit. But I am pretty good when it comes to getting in a street fight. Sometimes you can run your mouth and you can say, look, dude, you need to calm down or I'm going to knock the shit out of you. And then they keep running their mouth. And so sometimes you slap them in the mouth. Like you don't even punch them. You just bitch slap them, right? And they look at you and you say, okay, either you're going to calm the fuck down or I'm going to put you down. And I'm thinking that's what Trump's logic is here. Basically like, look, we told you can't have a nuke. Try to do this peacefully. We're doing this one strike. We're hitting you. We're blowing up your nuclear shit. And that's it. We're done. But if you proceed and you push and you come back and attack us, you do anything else, then we're going to take you and basically put you down, put dueling banjos on the radio and slide it right in your butt. Yes, he said something about U.S. men flying those mighty machines because the beginning of it where you guys couldn't hear, which I'm sorry, guys, my bad. I tried to get the audio working as fast as I could. Um, what Trump said at the beginning was that we went in, we hit their nuclear facilities, the ones that were left standing. All planes returned. Nobody was hurt. Like, well, on the American side, I don't know about the Iranian side, but no Americans were hurt. Everybody returned, and those brave men in the flying machines, and then kind of went into like, we did what we had to do. Yes, and that's just it. One small thing, like an ambassador getting assassinated, started World War One. This is a lot bigger than one guy getting killed. Iran always makes threats against the U.S. though. Stranded was it like the whole thing is they saber rattle a lot. Um, death to America. They're always screaming stuff like this. So at some point, it's like, stop your yapping little dog. Go ahead and bite. It's just, what are you going to do now? Again, for all I know, you got a sleeper cell here. Nukes going off. I can't, after watching that press conference, I was hoping he was going to go into it a little deeper. He didn't. He kept it short, sweet, to the point. And then now we're going to hear all the political masterminds on MSM just running their mouth constantly, for the next 24, 48 hours about their viewpoint on it and all this other bullshit. And I'm not really concerned about that. I want to hear what Trump's saying. I want to hear what Tulsi Gabbard's saying, Marco Rubio, JD Vance. I want to hear the people that actually know what's going on and what they're saying. In this case, SE, it's all about oil. What's up, Forever? Yeah, well, Iran has, but that's just it. Iran has the bulk of the oil that gets distributed around the world. And yeah, you're right, Essie. The whole thing is, it's often been said, you follow a criminal on his criminal path. That's one thing. You start investigating the money. That's when you run into headaches. Howdy, howdy, Paul. Everybody smash that dang like button. Sorry about all this there, Paul. Brought you all in on a Saturday night. Guitars and Cadillacs and hillbilly music. Yes. Yes. Well, and not just that, but like I said, China now has a heavy investment in Iran as far as their oil fields and all that kind of stuff happen, sit. Like I was saying earlier, that's Russia. There's, they basically, their big export is pretty much oil and all that, but they just export to Europe. Fundamentally, some of that goes out to China, but really Iran has been the biggest supplier to China at this point. And actually a pretty big supplier to the US too, believe it or not, guys. But yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts after hearing Trump? Do you think this is a one and done unless they attack us back? Do you guys think we should expect an attack? Or do you think it's like I said, where, Trump was basically like, I'm just going to slap you in the mouth real quick. Now shut your yap. And yeah, we're done. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The world, I think, can handle a World War III as long as it's not a nuclear World War III. Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. I'm going to expect some kind of something to happen. Like one of our ships is going to get hit by a ballistic missile or, something like that. An attack in America on American soil. I'm not going to lie. I think even at that point, China would be like, yeah, you done fucked up. I think Russia would be like, yeah, I'm not getting involved in this shit. I think that's when all hell will break free. So I don't even think that the Iranian leadership is that stupid. I really don't. China is the biggest threat out of everything because they are not playing some stupid, simple, short game. They play the long game. They are the most dangerous out of everybody because it actually works to their detriment at times. But China has been playing a long game, a very, very long game. And they plan to play a long game. Doesn't take a generation to poison the minds of Americans with like shit like TikTok and stupid like anti-American sentiment, right? But you go for 3 generations, it does poison the mind. It does destroy certain things in our culture. Same thing with fentanyl. Like, okay, yeah, we're not sending fentanyl over there, but we're going to send all the stuff to make fentanyl over there. Like, they play it smart. Don't ever, ever underestimate China and think they're our friend. And I'm right there with you. Shout out and prayers to the military. And hey, you know what? God bless the people that dropped those B-2s that flew in there and dropped those bombs and got the hell back out. I'm glad to hear that every one of our guys made it back. I'm not real happy about any of these developments. I'm not going to lie. I also can't go ham on Trump right now, which sucks because I kind of want to. I don't think, I mean, look, like I said, he didn't tell us there was new intelligence and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, that 5.2 magnitude earthquake, didn't mention it. None of that stuff. Like now Pete Hegseth coming forward and doing the press conference tomorrow. I think he said at 8 a.m. Maybe we'll learn a little bit, but I'm thinking that's going to be just more about the military strike. I don't think he's going to give us the intel. We're going to need somebody more with spycraft. So what's his name? Ratcliffe, who's CIA, or Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, coming out and saying like, this is what we saw. This is why we did what we did. Yeah, I think you're right, Stranded. That's my big fear. There's the sum of all fears right there, is that Iran just caught, a pretty good hook, a good slap in the mouth, gave him a split lip, bloody nose. And it's really going to come down to how they react to it, and let's just hope. Let's hope. And I don't know. Let's just hope, though, that they just take that whooping and walk off and they don't make us go full on out. Anunnaki, I know about tech that I personally was involved with years and years ago that I can't talk about. And you've seen it in use in different places at different times. And yeah, we can't talk about it. And that's just it, Essie. That's the big problem here, right? Okay, so Ted Cruz called for regime change. I want to say it was Tom Cotton. It was another one that was calling for regime change. And Lindsey Graham is another one that's called for regime change. I don't want regime change. Netanyahu, he kind of skirts around the issue of regime change. But no lie, Netanyahu wants regime change. They want another Shah installed in there that's controlled basically by very friendly towards Israel and very friendly towards America. I get it. I can understand why you would want somebody that is supportive of us in power instead of somebody who fundamentally hates us. But at the same point in time, I don't know how that plays with that population. I'm not part of that population. I couldn't tell you. What's up, Rebel? How are you? come to add your voice to the chorus. What's up, Steve? You're back from Fudro. I saw, like I said, our roving reporter Steve, he put on a radiation suit and a flak jacket, and he was over in Fudro when the bombs dropped. So take it away, Steve. Tell him what you saw on the ground. Yeah, you're right, Anunnaki, about that. The Greater Israel Project is a real thing. Everybody smashed the hell out of the like button. Like I said, I wasn't even supposed to be live. And honestly, I thought that press conference was going to go a little longer than 30 seconds. Like, what the fuck? Thank you, Sheree, for promoting Rebel. Absolutely promote that, man. Rebel, you're another one. You're one of my roving reporters. You drop in, you'll drop off some news, chat for a bit, and bounce, and you're awesome for that, man. And I appreciate you. But yeah, this, like I said, I think that would be the worst case scenario is if they do actually kill Ayatollah Khomeini, because then you have a martyr to rally everyone around. If you leave him alive, he looks like a scared coward that hid in a bunker and is afraid of getting wrecked. What scares me though is, Trump told everybody evacuate Tehran. And the reason why he did that was because the Ayatollah was hiding somewhere in there in a bunker. And that's why Israel started bombing Tehran. They're trying to hit him. They're going to claim it's an accident, but I guarantee they're actively looking to clip him out. Your news beat, dude, Steve, you tell me stuff as it happens constantly. Like you always have one eye on me and the other eye on something going on X or what have you. Like I said, I'm going to get into the Democrat shooter thing tomorrow. I'm not really, I wasn't planning on doing a long one tonight. And honestly, I probably wouldn't even have kicked the stream in. If ABL was on, I probably wouldn't even have bothered streaming. But yeah, I was so pissed off because I'm like, you fucking idiots. We're getting into another Iraq situation. Exactly what SE was saying. Like, that's exactly what's going through my head. Like, we're getting into another Iraq. After hearing Trump speak, I feel a little bit better. Like, this was a one and done. But honestly, it's all going to depend on escalation on the other side now. If they come back at us, then Trump's going to be like, see, I tried to do this for peace and blah, blah, blah. And now we have reason to go in. Now, regime change equals a destabilized Iran and factions fighting it out to take over the power. And then what happens next is the fun part. The little offshoot groups like, I don't know, the Taliban, Al Qaeda, ISIS, like any of these sound familiar? Where did they all come from? From the last time that we did, that country decided to affect regime change. And it's not good. It never works out because dealing with the devil you know is one thing. Dealing with the devil you don't know, and if they're smarter, stronger, younger, Ayatollah Khomeini's like what, 86? He's like halfway to dead, dude. Like 3/4 of the way to dead. And replacing him at this point, you're just going to breed a whole new generation of hate. Yep. And you know what? I'm not against that either, SE. I think you guys are both right, Steve and SE. I want to see people fucking arrested. But yeah, and you're not wrong. My whole thing is you talk about law and order an awful goddamn lot, but anytime one of these lawmakers gets in the way of ICE or some bullshit or tries to stage some kind of stuff, you're not hitting them with the maximum. You're like slapping the wrist and like making it look like you're arresting them and just letting them the fuck out. Do something about it, guys. Yes, but the whole thing is righteousness. A lot of people want to claim righteousness. The only problem is that you guys have never heard me say I'm virtuous, righteous, any of this kind of shit, right? I'm just a dude who talks shit on the internet and paints things. There's a reason for that. Because the day I fundamentally call myself the good guy, dude, even my symbol is an angel wing and a demon wing. Because I know exactly where humanity falls. There are no righteous among us. Yeah, we're live on a Saturday night. I was pissed. I wanted to get it off my chest. Started to rant, and then waited for Trump to talk so I could rant more. And he did like 30 seconds, and I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Actually, I know what I'm doing. I'm hanging here with some good people and letting everybody vent and get shit off their chest and ideas bounced off one another and just kicking all this stuff out there, man. Yeah, and you're not wrong, SE. If I did half the shit some of these people did, I'd be in jail. I would be in jail with Nick the Grip from Cell Block 16. Like it would just be a bad time. Rules for thee and not for me is, definitely in effect. Switch up this blink pattern. Which one doesn't induce a seizure? That's my question on this. Maybe that one. Yes, every lawyer is a liar, and all politicians are lawyers. Yeah, and we are in bad shape. Like that's the problem is if this country was if we were running smooth and everything was good here, economy stable, everybody's got all this extra spending cash and like, you got guys that can be blowing cocaine up their nose like the 80s and just partying and all this kind of shit. Okay. We're not there. As a country, we're not there. We're in rough shape. We're in pretty bad shape, guys. And that's where, like I said, I give a huge shout out to Tucker for taking Ted Cruz to task, when he asked him, I don't know, I'm pretty sure all you guys have probably seen the entire interview by now. But there's one part in it where Tucker's like, look, why do you want to go affect Iran? Why do you want to go affect Ukraine or Russia or any of these other places when you can't go to Washington, D.C., get off a bus and not get mugged? Like, you got to step over 3 crackheads to go into the Capitol building. Like, when are you guys going to clean that shit up? Why don't you start here? Why don't you focus here? The fuck? Oh, this is good. Hold on a second. Hey guys, check this out. Yo, Bub, I'm live streaming, right?
Say again?
I'm live streaming, you knuckle fucker.
Oh, well, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
See you on live stream.
Yeah, well, I got you on the. Now you've called in. I've got you on the microphone right now. Like everybody can hear you. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody?
Yeah, you guys hear Bubba? Yeah, he'll jump in the chat in a minute. Yeah, I'm on live.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, Bub. Love you, man. Talk to you in a minute.
All right, thanks.
Fucking Bubba. Everybody's like, hey, Bubba. Oh, wait, no, that's not Matt. That's William Horniak. Pig squealing knuckle fucker, yeah. What's going on, guys? Yeah, like, I don't agree with everything Tucker Carlson says, but I'm going to tell you now, it was great watching him kind of tear somebody apart. Like, that's how I want interviews with politicians to go. Don't softball their shit or kiss their ass. Hammer them with actual questions. You know, I want to see. If reporting was more like that all the time, the mainstream media would be trustworthy again. Haven't heard that voice since the single city. Yeah, and that's a shame, Paul, because that was going to be a good quest. What do you guys think? Should I DM a Dungeons and Dragons like session and like stream that shit? I know Paul would be all for it. He'd be like, hell yeah, you got to do it. Let's go. Roll Tide. You guys haven't heard Smurf's voice? I swear to God, I've had Smurf on the phone before. You guys want me to call Smurf just to put him on the microphone so you guys can hear him? Sure, anything to distract us from daily fuckeries and stuff. Hold on, let me see if I can get a hold of Smurf. I'll try calling Smurf so you guys can hear his voice. When Smurf's talking, Smurf kind of sounds like this. I'm not going to lie. This is exactly what Smurf sounds like. Let's see. Let's see if Smurf answers. He might be at work. He may be at work. Let's see. We got it ringing. It's calling. You guys can probably hear that. It's just ringing, guys. I don't think I'm going to get Smurf on the line. That's a good call, Steve. Maybe it will go to multi-party. Yeah, he's not answering. He's probably at work. Like usually he works graveyards. That's why he gets on later and stuff like that. He's usually just waking up and getting ready to go to work. Yeah, no answer from Smurf. Sorry, guys. It was worth a shot. Yeah, I mean, but Smurf, when Smurf's talking, he's, hey, what's going on? What's up, Gam? What's going on over there? Huh? What you up to? I just, hold on. I had to blow that hit out. What's going on, Gam? There's Bubba. Everybody heard you on the thing going, what's going on? Hey, let me tell you about this Trump thing. You believe this shit going on in Iran? Bubba messaged me earlier, asked me about, I guess, one of the reps from Texas being on Bill Maher, right? And I honestly don't know who that dude is. I've never heard him speak before. He was pretty cool. But yeah, I've never heard him before. He definitely tore up like Juneteenth and all that kind of stuff. Bubba, we got to change your name from William Horniak to Bubba on your YouTube profile. Yeah, it's funny. One of the people I wish we could get his voice. He won't answer the phone. If I try calling him, he probably won't answer the phone. I can try. Let me see. Let me see if I can get David Mon. He's not in a good place right now. He's feeling very under the weather, and I don't blame him. I'm gonna try calling David. Let's see if we can get David on the line. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's just ringing. Come on. Let's see. I don't think we'll be able to get a hold of David either. He's probably like, fuck's sake, Gam. I know you. I can't even do his voice. Yo, David, before you say a word, right? Know this. You're live and on the internet. Yeah, but like people wanted to hear like when I make fun of you guys' voices, like who I'm talking about. So Bubba called and I was able to get him on the mic, right? So I was like, yeah, David's voice I can't imitate, but go ahead and say some shit, David. He hung up. Yep. Click. Usually I only call David when it's something serious too. So he's probably like, you son of a bitch, you know I'm in bad shape. As he really has been through an ordeal. Shout out to David Mon. Actually, if you ever saw the when I showed the flight video, you can hear David say portal. Right. Now get to it or whatever. That's David's voice. David puts in night fucks. You fell asleep on stream. Jesus Christ, David. Like I said, this is a real show about nothing. Oh, I don't even have that video on here. That flight video. That's on my other PC that's hooked up for gaming streaming. You wanted to hear him say Bugatti? No, don't be sorry to wake David. David's probably wide awake. He's been up for like 83 hours or something straight at this point. He is more nocturnal than anybody I've ever met, including me. Now, he doesn't say it like Bugatti. Yes, they are blocking what Eugene's saying in the chat, and not Sheree, not me, YouTube itself. That's why you'll see somebody spell out sometimes Israel in 3 words, or Iran. They'll put I space Ran, because sometimes if you say something that's derogatory, or it can be viewed as derogatory, YouTube will censor it. Debating free will, huh? Like I said, I'm just kind of want to go full hog and full ham. I will say this, guys. God bless America. Best country in the fucking world. Oh, and David Mod, since you're here, thank you for America, dude. Yes. And you know what? Essie's right. Whole thing is, YouTube now has AI that will detect your ad blocker. It'll warn you about it, and that warning gets longer and longer. And then eventually it gets to a countdown where if you don't disable the ad blocker completely, it will cut you off from YouTube, where you can't view anything, you can't watch anything, you have to create a whole new account. I'm just going to warn you guys. Oh shit, Steve. I mean, hey. I understand, Steve. And dude, that's the whole thing. That's part of the reason why I figured I wasn't going to go live, save all this shit for tomorrow and all that. But everything happening raw and right now, and no other chat rooms to go off in, no other streams to go off in, no other people that kind of see the world the same way, where none of us, I think every one of us collectively in here, none of us want to see us get involved in another foreign war. And look, I've said this before, I was too much of a bitch to go and serve my country. I have nothing but respect for our troops, for everything else. Our government pisses me off sometimes, though. You're going to go off on a Kanye West people rant? I see, like, that's just it. I don't even see it as that. I think people conflate Judaism and Zionism. Two different things. Yes, one, you can kind of say there's a fundamental link between them, but really it's the difference between extremism and a peaceful religion, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Steve, I honestly, I contemplated it on not going live and just going off on Discord. And then it kicked in. Like, then just the more I thought about it, the more enraged I started to become. And I'm like, I need to go on a rant. I just need to go off for a minute. And then as I started to go off, I gut checked myself, because I was like, you know what? Don't be like everybody else where immediately everything's fatalist. Don't be like everybody else. And, you know, I hate this, everything. Let's hear what the man has to say. Let him defend his, you know, what he saw. Maybe there's something I don't know. I had to take a breath, check my patience, and just throw out there how I see things and get it off my chest. And honestly, that's what my chat's for. If you had a microphone, I would expect you to go off and discuss it. When I first fired up, kinda, I was checking myself as I was going through it. But, you know, because I was going to go the hell off about, look, if it does turn into a full blown war or whatever, I went Mark Levin, I went Ben Shapiro. I want these people all on the front lines of that war. I don't want them in some special position where they're protected or whatever. I want them out front. You lead the charge, you bastards, because you advocated for this. Ted Cruz, you know, Lindsey Graham, put them on the front lines. Give them some body armor, an M16, and a kick in the ass, and say, "Go, there they are, boys. Go get them." I bet you that war gets ended faster than it starts. Yeah, see, forever. I I actually don't blame you, brother. Like, I don't. There's much bigger real world problems, you know? Like, people are going through shit. People are going through shit in their normal lives. This stuff is secondary. It's secondary. Really, really kind of is. But at the same point in time, it's still like, if I don't throw my voice out there, like asshole that I am, if I don't go out there and say, like, look, I'm opposed to us dropping troops on the ground to get in a fight for some shit that really doesn't involve us, then I feel like I'm not being real about things. You know what I mean? I can't effectively go don some armor and a gun and go to war, but I can at least advocate against going to war. Yeah, Mark Levin is one of the worst. I think he's a brilliant man too. I think Ben Shapiro is a brilliant man. I think they're both very, very smart people. I also think that they don't have skin in the game. It's not going to be their ass out there bleeding out on a sand dune. You know what I mean? It's not going to be their kids that are going to be out there bleeding out on a sand dune. It's going to be other people's. And they're fine as long as they're sacrificing somebody else's blood. But yeah, sacrifice your own and then we'll talk. And yeah, Bub, we were talking about that. The wars are just about the money. Follow the money and you'll find the bullshit. Oh yeah, I know they got that AI. I'm surprised we haven't been pulled off the for some of the shit I've already said. I'm surprised they haven't shut down my show. I'm surprised they haven't come after me for some of the language I use. Like we were having this discussion in Discord. People have to say unalived and deleted themselves and stuff. And I'm like, no, dude, it's homicide, murder, and suicide. Like what the fuck? Like that's what it is. They're definitive words. Stop trying to change the language because you're afraid of losing $1. And I love it, Bubs, that you were able to change that name. That's epic. Is this chat hella censored, Steve? Because you know it's not me and you know it's not Sheree doing it. The chat is hella censored. And yeah, Eugene said I'd rather enjoy my lives and bombs are going to fall. They're going to fall. The only thing is, I would rather, if I can watch something from the outside, and I pay attention to news all fucking day, right? Like I'm watching this stuff, I'm paying attention to stuff, which is why you go back a couple streams, it's like World War III question mark in the title. And I've been talking about this because I'm watching everything that's going on and I'm kind of watching it like a chess game of the moves that the different politicians and the different people are making. And that gives me at least a little bit of forewarning. Now, where I'm at, I'm not worried about a nuclear strike. I'm not worried about any of this. You live in some place like New York City, your butthole better be tight right now. You live in New Jersey. Okay, here's one of those things. Now, granted, I've since learned how it actually works. But when 9/11 happened in New Jersey, they hit the Trade Center. They hit the Pentagon and all that. The other plane, in my opinion, was shot down. They said the passengers brought it down in Pennsylvania, right? If they really wanted to do maximum damage, I kept wondering to myself at that time, why didn't they fly one of those planes into one of the 3 nuclear reactors in New Jersey? All they had to do was hit one of those cooling towers, and you could have just nuked the entire state of New Jersey naturally. Now, I've since found out that the concrete on those are so thick that even if the plane hit it, it probably wouldn't have ruptured the reactor and caused a meltdown. But just the same, I think that would have been bigger symbolism than hitting a capitalist building of the World Trade. Right. And I'm just like that too, Wolverine or SE. I'm just like that too. Like I always have news on in the background. I'm always listening to different people's points of view, picking up tidbits of information from here, there. I listen to their side and I listen to the other side. So like if I listen to Fox News, I listen to CNN and I listen to MSNBC. If I'm listening to Independence, I listen to the Young Turks, Jimmy Dore, stuff like this, as much as I do Charlie Kirk or Mark Dice, for example. Like, you've got to balance out your news because each side is going to tell you something, and it's the little tidbits where you can find the truth between everything. Yes, and you're not wrong. That's 100% Eugene. They do use fear to control the populace. I keep saying they should just legalize marijuana. Everybody'd be a lot more pleasant, and it would be a much simpler way to control the populace. But instead, they go with fear. Mark Dice probably. I'm not going to lie. He has watching him, and thank you, Devin, for turning me on to Mark Dice. He's had a lot of similar takes. Like, my takes and his are kind of the same. Like, when I went off, I was like, let's see if Trump is saying this is a one and done or he's in there. And I bet you Mark Dice said the same thing. Let's see if it's troops on the ground and I'm guessing it's probably going to be the same kind of take he's going to have. Is this a one off or is it troops on the ground? Well, Tim Pool, that's just it. The whole thing is, how do you get so many people to tune into your show? Like, you guys tuned in because, you regularly listen to me, or you guys all know that, like, this is one of those places you can come express your opinion, whatever it is, and just rock and roll with it, right? And just enjoy life. With somebody like a Tim Pool, he's going to go for the worst case scenario because it's going to generate the most amount of clicks, money for him, and viewership. I'm not all about that. Don't feel bad about that, SE. When I started this channel, it was going to basically be pop culture shit and cryptids and like weird stuff and like, that kind of thing. And then old stories about me and my friends, that kind of bit. Like old stories that me and my friends all went through where I thought other people would get a kick out of the story because you probably know a guy like this, right? And then somehow it changed. And honestly, I didn't know what I really wanted to do with the channel. I shut it down for a while. And then a couple years later, talking with other people, in particular, got to be said, the one unofficial ABL Discord, talking with everybody in there. And they're like, yeah, man, you should live stream. Just do it. I don't know what you do. And I was showing off some of my 3D prints and the painting and stuff. And they're like, do that. Like, okay. So then I started doing the painting and the 3D printing and all that kind of bit. But it turned into just a hodgepodge, like, of me going, we'll talk pop culture. It's random. And it's driven by my chat. Like, whatever the chat wants to talk about is what we talk about. So it's not what I envisioned for the channel when I started it, but it's just what it grew to. Nice, Forever. You posted it in Discord. You're hoping you can do van life. I mean, look, you can do van life right now. Nothing wrong with it. If you're traveling around and all that stuff, just make sure you have a place where you can shower and maintain a job, and you can do van life easy. What Mark Dice have to say, Rebel? Is it too long, to read, or is there a summary to it? Let's talk about puppies and kittens. Okay, you want to talk about kittens? So I think I've told everybody this: 21 kittens, one left, right? The kittens out there now. Normally, when you have a group of kittens when they're real little guys, like now he's like a month and a half old. But since he doesn't have any siblings around or anything else, that's usually when they start wrestling with each other and all that stuff and learning how to fight as cats. since there's no other kittens around, the one kitten's out there with one of the mama cats, and he keeps like running up and tackling her, and then she'll like roll him over. He'll fight back a little bit, and like really smack the crap out of her, and she just like tolerates it and lets him keep doing it. It's cute. Yeah, I wouldn't show off. Like, you're not wrong. Puppies and kittens do, because it's one of those things that they're happiness. You know what I mean? The only thing is, I know with my ferals in particular, especially the kittens, their lifespan's so short that people get sad. Like, it really does break your heart. You going to bed there, Paul? You're not going to talk about no war stuff now, are you? Don't you go signing up now, sir. We don't want no gingers on that battlefield, sir. Dude, he said exactly what I thought he'd say. Yeah, because, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Mark Dice, and why I enjoy his content is because I think a lot like him, and I think he thinks a lot like me. Like, you're just seeing, you have to see seeing the forest for the trees, like seeing things for what they are, which tells me he probably listens to all different news sources to gather his opinion. There won't be a draft, Paul. We actually have, this is one of the good things with Trump coming into office. We've had more people sign up than they have positions for in our military. So they've had record recruiting lately. So you won't get drafted. I don't see there being a draft. And if they go to draft you, Paul, you just let me know. I'll write you a letter saying that you're a ginger and you would suck the souls out of all the other soldiers around you, and it wouldn't be good for the military. We'll get you right out of it. Or worst case, I'll just show up at your house with a mask on and hit you in the knee with a baseball bat so you can't walk. And then, you can file for disability and all that stuff. Yeah, I understand where you're going with that, SE. Exactly. Like, it's interesting to discuss the things around it, but it's also, there's actually a movie. Yeah, we need robo jocks, not war. Yeah, you're not wrong, Eugene. That would be a simple way to solve everything, right? But there's actually a movie. It's called The Last Castle, and it had James Gandolfini and Robert Redford in it. And it's like a prison, a military prison or whatever. Robert Redford was actually like a war hero kind of deal, and he gets thrown into this prison for whatever reason. James Gandolfini signed off for the military, had never been to war, and had all these different things collected. And because Robert Redford's a war hero, he brings him into his office to have like this whole conversation with him about his time in war and what he's seen and all this. He's all excited about it. And Robert Redford comes in and starts looking through all the artifacts he has. He's like, oh yeah, that's a bullet that was pulled off this battlefield in World War One. This is, from the Revolutionary War. And Robert Redford looks at all the stuff, and he just like, he picks up the one bullet and looks at it, and he goes, for somebody like you who's never been in the middle of these kind of conflicts, this is really cool and amazing and nostalgic and everything. This little piece of metal. He's like, when I look at it, all I can think of is the pain that some poor son of a bitch that got hit by this thing felt as he died and cried out for his mama while bleeding. And like, there you go. There's the difference between a veteran and civilians. Honestly, the Dems are not going to call for the impeachment of Trump over this. I'm going to tell you guys the dirty truth, and it all comes down to APAC. The Dems are going to praise Trump for this. They're going to try and impeach him over other stuff like him deporting people and things like this. But when it comes to something like this, every Democrat is probably going to march in lockstep with most of the mainstream Republicans. I'm not going to lie. They're going to be like, yeah, we need to do this and that and the other thing. And this is the first time I can actually praise Donald Trump on something. Just telling you, Democrats, they're in the pocket. And they're in the pocket of AIPAC. So are Republicans. And that's probably how this plays. Yes, what Trump did was technically, he didn't declare war. Reality is, the only people that have the ability to declare war are Congress, right? Everything outside of that, so Trump can use the military, like he commands the military. He's the buck stops with him. To declare war legitimately, it's supposed to be Congress that declares it according to the Constitution. Squad doesn't take AIPAC money. Well, yeah, I could definitely see that. I know Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know they don't take AIPAC money either. And yeah, Bubs, there you go. Just like Vietnam. Just like Vietnam. That was the commander-in-chief. Hell, Iraq is another one. Congress didn't declare war in Iraq. That was our executive branch sending the troops in. What's going on, Leo? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I could believe Warren and Bernie. Well, Bernie is actually surprising that he wouldn't take the money. Bernie strikes me as that old codgerly bastard that would take money from anybody. Just give me your money. I want to be a millionaire. I don't know about being a billionaire, but I would definitely want to be a millionaire. Horse face and sister wife crying right now. Oh, yeah, dude. Big time. Yeah, I'm not liking it, guys. I mean, I'm not going to tell you any different because now technically Iran does retaliate. They can say, well, you guys hit us first. And they wouldn't be wrong. It's the same way you could say that Israel hitting them. Well, you hit us, we never hit you. Okay, but you were using proxies. Okay, well, technically, wouldn't Israel be America's proxy in that case? So, yeah, what are we talking about here? You heard Frodo is gone. I mean, hey, if he doesn't take it, he doesn't take it. Good on him. I don't think any politician should be taking money from lobbyists. I'm not going to lie. I don't care if it's AIPAC or whoever, big tobacco, whatever the case is. I think if we got rid of the money in politics, that you'd have a lot less people wanting to be politicians. Yeah, police action. There you go. I just make sure you guys are smashing the damn like button too, making this thing look like it means something. Um, what's up, Beans? Oh, hopefully you didn't work too hard at job number 6 or whatever. Well, actually, you said only 3, so one of the 3. I mean, I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. I figured a couple of you guys might jump in. I didn't expect this many people jumping in, especially people we haven't seen in a minute. Thanks, Eugene. Um, yeah, this I don't like it though. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't like it. I don't like this whole setup. I don't like anything about this at all. I can see where it would be necessary because legitimately, if somebody had a nuke and was going to use it, it would be Iran. It's still like preemptive actions. It goes back to the whole minority report. You know, you can't really convict somebody of a crime that they haven't done yet. Oh, yeah. But they've been saying death to America for how many years, Reb? How many years have they been yelling death to America? They've been screaming death to America for as long as the Ayatollah Khomeini has been in power. That's been a pretty fucking long. That's probably been my entire lifetime, I swear. It feels like it anyway. No, and it wouldn't be a bad thing, Stranded. Less people wanting to be politicians. I often said that. Matter of fact, I told somebody this not long ago. I was like, you know, at one point I thought about running for politics. You know, local mayor, something small, not like a senator or a congressman or anything, but running for politics. And then I quickly realized that they would kill me on the campaign trail. They'd have me assassinated the moment I started speaking because of the shit that would come out of my mouth. The little kid, DJ, God, what's his name? He actually, sadly enough, he has like 3 more tumors or something, and I don't think he's very long for this world. So it was good on Trump to make him an honorary Secret Service guy. But yeah, the whole thing is Iran's always called Israel the little Satan and America the great Satan. They do fund terrorism. They do a lot of shitty things. But at the same point in time, actions speak a lot louder than words. You know, now granted, for all we know, they could have built a nuke and just nuked Israel one night. Just caught us all off guard, right? I get why it had to be done. Like looking at it, if I take my personal feelings out of the equation and just look at it kind of logically, it makes sense. You know, hit the uranium, hit the ballistic missile fields and all that stuff. But the other part of the logic that I can't get out of in my head is once you solve for the radiation shielding so the ballistic missile can leave our atmosphere and come back down. Once you have figured out how to enrich the uranium to 90% to make an actual nasty nuclear bomb, how you can't take that knowledge away. Even if you kill all the scientists, all that other shit, that data has got to be stored somewhere. So unless you're going to wipe every computer there and kill anybody with any kind of knowledge on nuclear energy or enrichment, it's going to keep going. Like it's perpetual and endless because you can't unlearn something from a population. Yes. And as a matter of fact, you got to remember too, Rebel, that's a good call out. Israel has been saying that. Specifically, Bibi Netanyahu has been saying that to a point where with the Iraq commission that they had, Bibi went and spoke and said that, yes, Iraq definitely has weapons of mass destruction. If you introduce a modicum of democracy into Iran or Iraq and overthrow Saddam, then the country will become a democracy almost overnight. What else did he say? And then at the same point in time, he also wanted the U.S. to not only go in and hit Iraq, but Iran as well at the same time and overthrow their regime back then. So yeah, you're spot on, right? And he's been saying since I think it's like I don't even know. I don't even know how long ago it was that they're 3 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. They were always 3 weeks away, and it's been years and years and years. Like I think since 2010, Iran is 3 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Like now, eventually, you keep saying the same thing. You're going to be right eventually, right? Dude, SE, that's my fear, and that's kind of where I'm at with it too. I don't think Trump wants regime change because he watched what happened with Iraq and he was against it. To be fair to Trump, he was against it. As a matter of fact, there's been plenty of reports where they said that Bibi Netanyahu wanted to target Ayatollah Khamenei, and Trump said, "Nope, you do not kill the leader. You do not kill him. Do not kill him. Do not kill him." Because I think Trump is smart enough to know regime change in Syria, regime change in what was it, Libya, Iraq. The shit never works out. It always blows up in our face. Hell, even in Iran, like I said, the Shah of Iran was installed by us. The people rejected it, and we got Ayatollah Khamenei, and everything got much worse. That's just it, Rebel. I'm not buying the whole nuclear energy thing either. I do think they were enriching towards a bomb. And it's just, like I said, you got the genie, and the genie's already out of the bottle. You already have and possess the knowledge. So, unless you're going to take everybody out that has that knowledge, you're screwed. Well, I'll tell you what, Stranded. The things that have caught my attention with it, like I said, if you watch the Tulsi Gabbard thing where she says they're not working on a nuclear bomb, but they have enriched to 60% in a major stockpile. And the only reason you would do this is if you're not doing it for an energy source, you're doing it for weaponizing the uranium. Tulsi Gabbard's even in agreement with that. So that's our DNI, that's our director of national intelligence. If she's saying it, then you have, Israel, obviously the Mossad. Speaking of which, did I even tell you guys about the one thing that Israel did that was crazy? Like how they did the pager thing? So Iran, you know how they took out a whole bunch of their generals and all that shit? Do you know how they actually took them out? It's insane. Hey everybody. Yeah, Smurf. Yeah, you know what? Hey, hold on. Everybody wanted to hear your voice, right? So I had called you and I was going to put it up to the mic and let you guys hear it. But yeah, 110% SE, you're right. Whoever we install, we're going to end up fighting for the next 20 years. Okay, yes, Rebel. That's how they took out the nuclear or the centrifuges. They actually launched a worldwide virus that only looked for centrifuges, and once it found the Iranian ones, it made them speed up and slow down and all that, go out of control and explode. But the way they took out their generals and all that, they did a spoof like email and then phone call to the different generals and told them all that there was going to be an emergency meeting. They all went to this one bunker, and then Israel dropped a fucking missile right on that bunker and killed all of them in one go. That's correct, Beans. 110% correct. Good call out. Voice to chat can suck my country balls. Good on you, Rev. Good on you. Yep. No intel. Mossad completely failed, and all the security guards were magically missing from the border on October 7th. Good call. And I don't think you're wrong, Essie. I think that shit was 100% orchestrated. Because then they could attack with impunity and take over Gaza. And at first, it didn't look that way. It looked like they were going after hostages. And then as time has progressed, we've seen it, and it's basically a land grab. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, yeah. And of course, Smurf texts me, what's up. All right, Smurf, hold on. You don't have to say anything crazy, dude. I'm calling Smurf now, guys. You guys wanted to hear Smurf's voice, and why I always say Smurf talks like this. See, look, he just answered. Go ahead, Smurf, say something. I got you up to the mic.
Nothing crazy, eh?
Yeah, what's going on, Smurf?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. I figured you had to work.
Nah, you didn't wake me up, man. I just been chilling.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah, like everybody's like, what does Smurf sound like? Because Bubba called me, right? Didn't realize I was live. So I tell Bubba, I'm like, yo, dude, I'm live. And I had the phone up to the microphone, and I'm like, that's what Bubba sounds like, guys. So that's why I'm always like, what's going on? How are you? Right? And then I'm like, with Smurf, I'm like, when I call Smurf up or whatever, he's like, yo, dude, what's going on? Oh, hold on. Let me blow out this hit.
He always says the Rocky thing.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you go, Smurf.
All right, I'm still watching.
All right, cool, brother. Yeah, there you go. Now you guys know why I talk like this whenever I read something this Smurf says. I'm like, hey, GAM, I just woke the fuck up. Why you gotta bother me, huh? Like, I swear to God, like, so the vision I had of Smurf, like, Smurf said the same thing when he saw, like, because, the two of us became friends in real life or what have you, for the most part. So Smurf sees a picture of me and, like, my voice, and he's like, man, you don't look anything like I pictured your voice. I was like, same here, dude. I pictured you looking more like Sly Stallone. He does sound like he's from New Jersey or New York, doesn't he? Nope, Chicago area. He's a Midwestern guy. But now you guys know why whenever I do Smurf's voice, I kind of drop it down here and I kind of talk like I'm like Rocky or something. Smurf the Italian stallion. Yeah, see, he's legit. He's Midwest. He's been Midwest his whole life. I said the same fucking thing, bro. Same thing. I was like, yo, you sure you're not like Philly, New York? And he's like, no, I've always been Midwestern. But yeah, I pictured Smurf like, kind of like a brick shit house, as deep as his voice is. And Smurf's actually like tall and lean. Like he's tall and lean. Like that's his build. And it's funny. It'll crack you up. Yeah, Smurf, he just has that booming, he's got that deep voice that's like, hey, man, you fuck with me, I'm going to box your eye out. Hey, you know something? I ain't hear no bell, Tommy. He's got that voice to him. Like I said, Smurf, I swear to God, your voice. Like, look, they're all telling you the same thing, too. I'm not the only one. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not making it up. Someday you guys will hear Bagum D's voice too. And D's voice is like low and he kind of talks with a little bit of little bit of swagger in his voice, and he'll call you a bitch. Like, yeah, man, I was down and I was chilling. Should have got you to say Adrian. The whole problem is when I tell Smurf, like, say something that Rocky would say, Smurf will adjust his voice and he doesn't sound like Stallone anymore. He sounds like Stallone if he's had too many beers. Like he starts slurring his words and stuff and it doesn't come out. He doesn't realize that it's just natural voice sounds like Stallone. He doesn't need to do the impression. Like, I think we all do that. Like when I do my Arnold, I'm always like, this is it. Let me tell you something. I will tell you something, guys. It's all about California and going to the Kennedy's house. Like, I can't do, like, but I'm sure if I told somebody that sounded naturally like Arnold to do his voice, they would overact it in a lot of cases. But yeah, I love Smurf. Smurf, shout out to you. And like everybody likes your sexy voice, dude. Hey, you know what, Gam? Thanks. I appreciate you putting me on the microphone there. That was very nice of you. Now maybe when I stream next time, some of you sons of bitches will show up and watch me and, like hit that like button. Don't be a girly man. I swear to God, Bennett, when I catch you next time, I'm going to punch you so hard in the stomach, it's going to break your goddamn spine. Beans, yeah, you're not wrong. They're going to be flying Palestinian flags, they're going to be flying Mexican flags, and now Iranian flags. Great. They didn't kill you because you didn't have a gun. Get to the chopper. Oh, shit. Hold on, Smurf. I got to, let me see if I can get that working. Smurf sent in a couple voice messages here on Discord. I got to fire it up on this PC. Sorry, you probably lost chat for a second there. It'll come back up. Take a minute for Discord to fire up in the background. Mike Tyson, man, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about the scariest shit ever was the first time I heard Mike Tyson talk. Because, when Mike Tyson, they are interviewing him after a fight, he just knocked dude out in 30 seconds. I'm expecting Mike Tyson to just be like, yeah, that man had it coming. I went and I dropped him, no problem, right? Instead, Mike Tyson opens his mouth and he's just like, let me tell you something. It was a very vociferous fight. I dropped him with a left hand and I meant to hit him with a right and just break his jaw. I grabbed him, put him in a headlock, took his ear and went yum, 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 and just ate it. Some of my favorite Mike Tyson quotes, though, like there was one chick who started to ask him questions about the fight, and he turns around, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't." What did he say? He's like, "I don't give interviews to women that I'm not fornicating with. So unless you want to, then I can't answer none of your questions." Yeah, I'll grab the. I'm loading up Discord now, Smurf. So Rebel without a reason. One of our other roving reporters has just broken the news. Iran's supreme leader has issued a serious warning declaring that Americans should expect greater damage and heavier blows than ever before. Yep, and there you go, SE. It is. And here we go. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Exactly what I was afraid of. Exactly what I was terrified of. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Let's see. Go to the GAM catches up. I don't know if this is going to. What the hell? What is all this? Message was too controversial. Let me see. What did he say? Forever Demonetized posted what his controversial message was. It was, I hate mosquitoes. We need to get rid of all of them. But it was too controversial for for that shit. What the hell? All right, let me see. Guys, let me know if you can hear this. Can you guys hear it? Like when I was playing that, could you guys hear that? Okay, so you didn't hear Smurf? All right, hold on, Smurf. I got to fix this. Like I said, this is good because I need to, let's see. I think it's audio application. Okay, I think this got it. Let's try this. Make sure I've got a mic fixer on there. All right, I'm going to hit play again. Tell me if you guys can hear it. All right, I'll pause it there. Did you guys hear that? Damn it. God damn you. Work. Work, god damn you. I gotta find where that put it in the stack because I'm guessing it's not being monitored. Advanced audio properties. Nope, let me show inactive sources. Turn off this one and turn on this one. Sorry, guys. It's that fun shit. And I'm going to hit play again, see if it plays. Can you hear it now? Nope, still nothing. All right. All right. All right. Don't worry, guys. I don't give up. I don't give up that easy. Actually, you know what? Let me remove this crap. And let me try this. Maybe this will work. I snap back and see it.
There used to be an ST commercial, and it started off with Rocky's trainer in the.
You guys hear that one? Okay, there we go. All right, Smurf. Let's see what Smurfy has to say. I don't know why I call him Smurfy. It sounded kind of gay. Sorry about that, Smurf.
There used to be an ST commercial, and it started off with Rocky's trainer in the ring, and he's like, "Hey, Rocky, it's over. Throw in the towel." And Rocky turns around and says, "Nothing's over. Just give me something to drink." That's brisk, baby. Hey, yo, Adrian, it's Rocky. You know, Rocky. I came by to see if I could take you to the zoo or something.
You guys hear that? You guys catch that one? There's your Adrian. He gave you guys the Adrian. Smash that like. Smash that like for Smurf. Jesus Christ, Smurf. Hey Mick, I finally broke my nose. You finally broke my nose. Look, it's a broken nose. You're a tomato rock. Dear Lord. Yeah, they did. They're all giving you big thumbs up in that chat, dude. Clapping and everything. Everybody loved that shit. Oh. Yeah, one of the craziest things is here in Smurf when we'd play like Conan or something, and we'd all have like the tribe meeting and all that kind of stuff. And everybody'd be talking from different tribes, and then you'd see Smurf standing there in this armor called Silent Legion armor. So he's like this big, intimidating figure in black armor standing on top of the mountain going, all right, guys, we're going to go over there. We're going to go kick the shit out of all these guys, and then we're just going to go take all their stuff and go home, okay? Look, even kiddo Leo is giving you like big thumbs up, claps, and everything. He's loving it. Good job, Smurf. Now, if we could just get you comfortable on a microphone, Smurf, you know, I've often said like I could always use a co-host. I could always use the guest appearance from Smurf or D or whoever, and none of you guys ever take me up on it. Maybe because shit's so random with me, though, kind of throws you all off. Get Smurf like talking. People are like, I should do one. I don't even know how we'd do it. I'd have to do it like I'm interviewing like Sylvester Stallone and have Smurf do the Stallone voice. And just, So tell me about your first movie. In the first movie, I was like, hey, Talila Shariah, you got nice cans there. I kind of want to see them. I'm going to cast you as Adrian, okay? I think that could be fun. I'll tell you what, that took my mind right off the war. Good job, Smurf. Good job. We're going to see how everything plays out, though, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully we'll have fun and we'll laugh. We'll laugh, we'll cry, we'll kiss $5 goodbye. First Blood is a great movie. The ending to First Blood, though, they altered it from the book. John Rambo was supposed to die in First Blood. He ate his own gun when the whole scene where he's in there talking to Trotman. He ends up taking himself out. There was no Rambo 2 planned, but they changed it because audiences were too depressed by it. Very nice. More reports from our roving reporter Rebel, roving reporter Rebel, and our man on the street Steve. Right. Roving reporter Rebel reports President Trump sent multiple decoy bombers west of the U.S., juking Iranian forces, while the B-2s actually dropping the bombs went east undetected. Yeah. Sorry, Essie. Didn't mean to spoil the ending to a book from like 30 years ago or 35 years ago or whatever the hell it was. I can't remember what I was talking about, like the Crying Game or one of those movies with like a huge twist to it. And I told the ending, and Beans was like, well, damn, you just ruined the entire movie for me. I didn't even think. I was like, oh, yeah. But maybe you didn't see that movie. Like, I didn't even think about that. It's only been out for like 20 years, 30 years or something. Like, I have a bad habit of doing that. Like, somebody will be like, oh, yeah, this Twilight Zone episode, you've got to watch it. It's amazing. And I'll be like, oh, that's the one where it turns out it's a cookbook and they're eating the people, right? Like, dude, really? Why would you ruin the ending? Like, it's only been out since like the 60s. What the? Who hasn't seen that episode? Like, well, this person didn't. You just ruined it for him. I've tried to get better with my spoiler alerts since then. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, we're headed towards World War III. One of those Miramax flicks. Yes, at the end of the Miramax film, the producer goes to jail for doing the casting couch with his lead actress. Spoiler alert. Yeah, that's true. Like, look, not gonna lie, there is a history. There is a history that you can go back and say this is for. But at the same point in time, we wanted domestic policy pushed to the forefront, not our foreign policy. Okay, Stranded wants no spoilers on the new Superman movie when that comes out. Shit, guys. I don't know. I won't do spoilers, but I will tell you if it was good. If it wasn't, I'll tell you stuff I liked, stuff I didn't like, because, like, I'm not going to lie, up until these bombs started falling, I was going to watch a movie that just came out right before that, and then all this started happening and unraveling, and I decided to go live like a fool. Okay. Also from our roving reporter Rebel, Trump must have posted this either on X or on Truth Social, more than likely Truth Social, but any retaliation by Iran against the U.S., the United States of America, will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. You're going to see that with your grandson when it comes out, Rebel. Very cool. Beans, I think, is going to the advanced screening for some reason. I think she's probably got like Thursday night tickets, which means she'll be on my stream for about 5 minutes and be like, oh, nope, I'm watching Superman. I think it drops the day after my birthday, and I think Thursday is on my birthday for some reason. Yeah, Superman, like I said, I don't think it's going to be as crap as Fantastic Four. I think it might be a decent popcorn movie. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it just yet. There's so many damn side characters and everything else. I can definitely tell you I hate, and not that I love the actor and I love the character, but I really think that Nathan Fillion cast as Guy Gardner, I'm not liking it. I think he should have gotten somebody else to play Guy Gardner. Maybe the kid that was on Gotham that played the Joker eventually, like that kid. He was on Shameless. He's like a redheaded kid or whatever. I think he could have knocked it out of the park. But for me, Nathan Fillion should have been Hal Jordan. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I hear you, Leo. I've definitely had some where, I've snored and the wife snored too. You're not wrong. There's also new, and this is up Leo's alley. I know there's also a new Jurassic Park, I think, coming out in July. I don't know anybody who's going to go see it day one or anything like that, but I know that's coming out. Fantastic Four. I've already told you guys everything I've heard about it. It's going to be very female centric, very Sue Storm. Now, if that plays out like that, from everything I've heard, we'll see. The test screenings apparently hated it, so it's going to be interesting because you can't. Reed Richards is the man when it comes to Fantastic Four, not Sue Storm. The one I compare you to far too often, Paul? Yeah, I should actually probably get Paul's voice too, So you guys can know why I talk like this whenever I'm talking about Paul. Poor Stranded. Stranded, your loyalty knows no bounds because everybody else would be like, I'm just going to turn off the stream for a portion of it. I think what I'll do is if I'm going to talk spoilers on Superman, I'll do something like this. I'll be like, okay, when I put this down, and then maybe I'll put spoilers on here instead of GAM catches up, and then set it down on the desk. And then when I pick it off, you'll know that we're done talking about the spoilers. This way you can just mute the volume. And then, when I lift that thing off, you'll be like, oh, okay, they're done talking spoilers. Well, yeah, but, it's not really going to be the Smurfs musical if we don't have Maddie Smurf or, Smurf, our Smurf in there going, yeah, what's going on, guys? It's me. It's Papa Smurf. Let me show you something. Come here, Smurfette. Let me take you in the back for a minute, huh? I know. Leo, you're going to have to tell us all about it. And 28 years later is the movie I was going to watch, guys. I'm just going to let you know that now. That's the movie that I was about to watch and was all set up to watch. And then this shit kicked off. Yeah, Steve, that's the whole thing. It's real interesting, isn't it? All this stuff is happening. And all of a sudden, nobody's covering the riots in LA. Nobody's talking about Epstein files. Nobody's talking about the shooter that apparently, is alleging that Tim Waltz told him to go take out Amy Klobuchar. Nobody's talking about any of these things all of a sudden. It's amazing how that works, huh? How about the Elon Musk feud with Trump? That magically just disappeared into the ether. All these news stories just got wiped away and memory holed by people instead of being front page or anything else. Oh, did somebody delete what they said? Or wait, what does that say? Oh, Leo retracted a message. Okay. Yes, that's the whole trick, right? Because now you got to vote for JD Vance next time, so you actually get the answers to these questions that you have that won't be provided in the next administration. You finally, okay, here's a question for you guys. You guys have been following the news, right? How many of you guys saw the video with RFK Jr., JD Vance, and I don't know who I think the other guys with the NIH as well, talking about how they're going to launch a 5-year study into the effects from doing the burn off of the chemicals in Palestine, Ohio. How many people here have seen that? How many people know even what I'm talking about? Yeah, completely buried. But yes, that happened. You can go, I guarantee you probably search right now on YouTube and you'll find it's JD Vance, RFK Jr., and some other guy. And the three of them are talking about how they're going to launch a 5-year investigation into the fact they burned off those chemicals in Palestine, Ohio, and nobody is talking about it. And there you go, forever. Improved my points. If you put a bikini girl in there, maybe you would have gotten more viewership. But I'm telling you, I watched that video and I was like, okay, that's something I'm going to talk about on Sunday. Something I wrote down on the piece of paper. And I was like, how come nobody's talking about this? Because everything has just gotten washed away in the news cycle because we just went and hit Iran. So when shit like this is going on, what else is happening that we're not seeing? Here's another one for you guys. How many of you guys, show of hands or, in the chat or whatever, I don't know, type number 1 if you heard about this. There were 20,000 missiles that were supposed to be delivered to Ukraine to help them to defend themselves, and they switched it over and sent them to Israel instead. That happened like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Well, if you want to be bikini girl in your next video, then go on AI and have it do it. Because AI does that stuff in its sleep. And it looks real. Yeah, I mean, you guys know my stance. I don't vote because I'm in a completely bright red state. And I'm just like, doesn't matter if I even wanted to vote Democrat, it's not going to matter. If you're not voting Republican, you're screwed. But yeah, 20,000 missiles headed to Ukraine were diverted and sent to Israel. So it's little things like this. They moved the battleship from Taiwan over into, what is it, the Mediterranean? Just outside of like Iran or whatever. Somewhere off the coastline, not Iran, but they definitely parked another battleship that was protecting Taiwan. They moved it there. So now the Chinese fleet outnumbers us surrounding Taiwan. Yes, stranded. That's exactly what it was. You heard about the missiles, right? So there's little signs, little telltale signs that we can say, like I said, I was hoping it was going to be more of, okay, they're just going to defend, let Israel do what they're doing, and just kind of not let Israel get blown up. But now we've taken an active approach in this, and it's not good. Yeah, the world just became a less safe place. I'm not going to lie. And you're right. That is a good way of summing it up. The whole world is a shit show. Unfortunately, it's going to take a lot of men with a lot of shovels to clean it up, too. And what does that look like? I can't even tell you what that looks like. Like I said, I'm just a jerk off on the internet who paints things and talks shit. So reality sets, I'm not going to go fix this world. I can't. The only way I could do it would be to get inside the system of Washington and fix it from the inside out. But that thing's so corrupt that I think you might have to burn it down in order to rebuild it. Sometimes the house is rotten, you knock it down and put a new one in its place. But I also don't like that idea, because if that happens, we have too many enemies that we've made over time that will seize on the opportunity. I never bought into that doomsday clock stuff. And the only reason why is because you can come up and tell me all this different stuff, but it's just like somebody said earlier in the chat. They killed one guy and it kicked off World War I, right? Because one guy gets killed, World War I starts. Like that was the catalyst, that was the tipping point that threw everything into chaos. Hey, Steve, I always look at, no matter what choice I make, it's going to be the wrong one. I can see where certain people like, all right, for example, can we all agree on this? I would rather Trump be in office right now than Kamala Harris, no matter what happens. Like, sorry, that's where I'm at with it. I'm happier that Trump's in office than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Period. End of sentence. He may not be doing what he said he was going to do or all this kind of stuff. I would much rather have him in there because I see a better line of competency. Unfortunately, it's the lesser of two evils, and it's still evil. Which part fear mongering? We can only affect ourselves. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not afraid of anything. You know, what's to come is what's to come. I can't stop it. I can be forewarned and tell all you guys, like, this is what I'm seeing, this is my opinion on it. Doesn't mean I'm a prophet. Doesn't mean that I can see the future or anything else. I'm just paying attention. So this way, nobody's caught off guard when shit breaks free. And yeah, SE, that's kind of how it feels to me too. You know, we have so many domestic problems. I'm not real worried about foreign relations at this point. I don't want to be an isolationist, but at the same point in time, it's like we need, you know, what's that old saying? You got to secure your kids, or you got to secure your oxygen mask when the plane's going down and then secure your kids. Like, we need to secure our own oxygen mask at this point. It's probably at like 2 seconds stranded. If I had to guess on that doomsday clock, but like I said, I never buy into that because when shit starts straightening out, it doesn't roll back. It only rolls forward. Yeah, and you shouldn't regret saying that either. You know, I mean, you can lament the fact that it feels that way, but don't say regrets. You know, don't have any regrets about anything you feel one way or the other when it comes to this shit. You know, we're all just we're stuck in it together, guys. Like it's as simple as that. And that's usually why when you hear me criticize any kind of place, you always hear me criticizing their leaders and their government and not the people in it because it's unfair to criticize me for, you know, this shit. I didn't perpetuate this kind of crap. That's not my fault. That's people that, you know, are outside my pay grade. Forever. I still hate mosquitoes. That's epic. Yeah. Well, you know what? If you keep asking God to save you, you're going to be waiting. He may be able to save your soul, but he's not going to save you. That's what individual free will is all about. And I don't care what religion it is, right? I think that's how that works. Remember, I'm not a very religious man, but I've always, I've done anything and everything I can in my entire life to just survive. Now, granted, I'm in a comfortable spot in my life now, but for a good chunk of it, it was always survival. Like I was always in survival mode. Didn't mean cutting other people's throats along the way. I helped a lot of people along the way. A lot of people helped me along the way. Um, but reality is the only person that can save you is you. You've got to look inward and be like, yeah, I'm pulling my own ass out of this shit. Yeah, I honestly, Essie, I'm right there with you on that one. I wish America was in a better place too. You know, in a lot of ways, I kind of look back to an earlier time in America, but then it had problems then too. You know, no matter what decade you throw back to, there's always some kind of shit going on. I just, you know, I always hoped when I was a kid that it's one of those things. This is one of those terrifying parts because I'm pushing 50, right? So I feel like an old ass man. But when I was a kid, I always looked to our president, our government, everything else, like they got the answers because they're the adults and I'm the child. And it's a terrifying thing and probably the end of everybody's innocence when you realize, man, these people are just as messed up as I am. Like, if not worse in some cases. These people are way worse at doing shit than I am. Like, you would have been better off, like, hiring the Marx Brothers. If Mister was in here, that's probably what he'd say. Right? But when you realize, like, the adults are just older versions of you, it's terrifying. Oh, yeah, not only are they full of shit, they're bought and paid for. That's part of the problem. Like, I look at somebody like a Lindsey Graham, for example. Right? And it's just like I've watched this man go to everywhere where there's going to be some kind of war and, like, talk up the fact that he wants that war. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, you old saggy nutsack looking motherfucker? Like, what do you mean? Because you got no kids to sacrifice. You got no wife. You were probably the guy in that Senate video that was blowing the other guy's back out. You know, you want this, but what are you getting out of it? Oh, I know what you're getting out of it. Somewhere along the line, you were corrupt enough to take money. And that money keeps stacking in your pockets. Guaranteed. From whatever war effort's happening. Yes. And that's true, Stranded. When we were kids, we were all told that the USSR, once that fell, there would be peace. And all those states balkanized. And look how that shit worked out. That's just it. The only way that everything, man, you want to talk about scary? I often think about that speech, and it was honestly one of the most brilliant things in the entire movie. But go back to that speech in The Matrix, where Agent Smith is talking to Morpheus. He's got Morpheus captured, right? He pulls out his earpiece, everything else, takes off his sunglasses, and he said, I've been analyzing you. And humans are supposed to be mammals. Mammals, they integrate into their environment, they use it, and they basically build on it and live in harmony with it. Humans, you guys move into a place, you adapt it to what you need it to be. You corrupt it, you destroy it, and you poison it. You destroy your environment, you destroy everything else. You know what does that? A virus. Humanity is a virus. There's a lot of punch in those words. Yes, Rebel, I'm right there with you. Like, he didn't start off all as corrupt as he got. But as time's going, he's getting more and more and more corrupt. He's like the Emperor from Star Wars. You know what I mean? Now, granted, the Emperor was a hidden Sith and always corrupt. But Lindsey Graham wasn't always that corrupt. He's gotten worse as time's gone. And he does look like an old nutsack, by the way. Yeah, and that's just it, Eugene. We should be worried more about what's going on at home. We have so many damn problems here that need to get resolved. Meantime, the big boys, the adults in the room, quote unquote, are the ones that want to build up and use immigration, all this other stuff to keep themselves in power. I explained this to Bubba because Bubba and I were talking. He's like, why do you think they want open borders and let all these people in? I said, it's simple. When you really break down that kind of policy, that immigration policy, what this comes down to is the census. The more people you have, the more congressmen get moved into that area, that state. So take California, for example. They started bleeding out people. Those people go to Texas. Texas now on the census has more people, so they get an extra congressman. California loses one. So you're losing power in the vote in Congress. However, if you let a bunch of illegals in, move them all into California, now the census doesn't care if they're illegal or not. They just count people. So that congressman now comes back from Texas to California. You have more power in the Congress. You now have a supermajority. You can now pass your laws through. It's all about power and control, and it's bullshit. They don't care about the American person anymore. Congress is supposed to be there to represent us, and instead they're just there to enrich themselves and basically keep themselves in power while getting rich doing it. They're putting chemicals in the water. They're turning the frogs gay. It's all about Pizzagate and Bohemian Grove when it comes to these people. I'm telling you what, man, Alex Jones, like, there's a clip that resurfaced recently of Alex Jones right before Trump ran this past election cycle. And he's talking to Robert Barnes. Shout out to him. And Robert Barnes is like, all my sources and stuff are telling me that Trump is going to take DeSantis as his running mate. And then Alex Jones chimes in and goes, all my sources are telling me the same thing too. I'm glad you heard it and you probably have a better purview than I do. And I'm just like, you're both full of shit. Like, you're totally full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck? So it's one of those, for me, Eugene, I don't think they're all evil. I think you do have good ones that actually do have some kind of ideals to them, which is why I respect guys like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul and stuff like this. They're very realistic about things. Some of their views I don't agree with, but you're not going to agree with anybody 1,000 or 100% of the time. But at the same point in time, they seem to genuinely come from a place. And to be honest with you, I think Trump kind of does too. I think he's coming from a genuinely good place. The only problem is, as the old adage goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, maybe Trump's looking at this like, yeah, we couldn't have Iran have a nuke and all this other kind of stuff. And we had to do this bombing run. And it was the right thing to do. And we didn't kill like a whole bunch of civilians. We hit our hit our targets dead nuts. Didn't lose any men, all this kind of bit, right? Maybe he's looking at it like that through that purview. But for the American people, we're like, yo, motherfucker, you just got us into like possibly another war, if not keying off a huge war in the Middle East and getting us stuck in sand land for another 30 years. So he may have had good intentions and good reasons to doing it, but it still doesn't take the sting out of how much it sucks. Stranded, that is a profound statement. Thank you for that one. I appreciate you on it. That was a profound statement and very well put. Excellent. I can tell you this much. Every man has the penchant for great good and great evil. It's really comes down to the individual. The thing is, when you get a collection of people, you lose that individual, especially if they're outweighed and shit plays out like high school, right? And that's unfortunately where we're at. Congress is kind of like a high school. You got the jocks versus the nerds, scientists versus the woo-woo conspiracy theorists, stuff like this. We need to fix that. And the only way I can even begin to think to fix it is to get rid of all the money. You get rid of all the money, and then you find people that actually want to better the world, better the U.S. But as long as there's some kind of profit margin to it, we're kind of screwed. That's just my opinion, though. I wish it were the Geek Club running the country. If it were the Geek Club running the country, we'd be going to outer space and trying to build, the first Enterprise to break warp speed and go beyond the stars. Shit, we can't even get to the moon. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, payback is a bitch. But it's fucked up. We're developing AI. How much you got? Do we have money down yet? If the AI is basically going to just be built to produce dank memes and realistic porno movies, like I swear that's probably where AI is headed. Like I'm watching stuff from like different robotics clubs, like hyper realistic robot and all this stuff, and they'll peel the face off and show you the machine underneath and everything. And every time it's always a sexy girl. Like they're not doing dudes. It's always like a sexy girl. The only time I've seen a dude was there was one guy or one robot that could write kanji, and he looked like an old Asian man with the Fu Manchu mustache and beard and all that. Outside of that, it's always a sexy girl robot. Why is that? I think that we might be screwed. Like we might be fucked. What's going on, Bob? Good to see you, man. We got a new person. Everybody smash this damn like button if you haven't already. I'm just here. I was ranting, raving, all pissed off about this shit, Bob, and wasn't supposed to go long. We're already at midnight. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Probably go like another hour and then we'll wind it down or something. I don't know, but everybody's in here and we're all blowing off steam, and I'm doing the same thing I always do on a microphone, talk shit. So feel free to join in and enjoy yourself. Pull up a computer chair or lay back in the easy boy, crack one open, spark up the bong, whatever you guys got going on, and start pitching your ideas in. There's Smurf. Smurf's like, hey, Gab, you're talking about bongs over there. I just got done hitting the old bowl here. Bob's just like all the above. That's true, Stranded. You're not wrong. I mean, but reality is, while money is the root of all evil, and what really is money? Is it just some bullshit we made up? And you're right, we could pay people off in sticks. Reality is, you need money to survive. It's an unfortunate reality, but that's the reality of it. Jesus, Bob, nice. Yeah, thanks, Gam. I hit it with the quickness. I was just like, hey, you know what? I'm going to hit you harder than I hit Drago or Apollo. Not Clubber Lang, though. He hits back. It's it's the unfortunate reality. You're going to ask the question of how much money is too much money to have, stuff like that. If you diluted all the billionaires, could you take care of all the poor? Well, the answer is no. No, it wouldn't work like that, unfortunately, because you give somebody like me $100, and then you hand $100 to somebody who is frivolous with their money and just willing to spend it on bullshit. Like, oh, well, I got the new Nikes. Well, my $100, I bought bread and some water, and I'm storing the other $80 away. Like, and that person blows through their $100, they're poor again. And I'm sitting on a bit. Well, now you got to give me your $80. It's kind of how that shit works. So, unfortunately, even if we diluted out all the billionaires, it wouldn't matter. I really love that. Sheree just like bam, 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 bam. Check all these people out. And that's why I always say build together, guys. Apes together, strong. Help each other's channels out. View each other, And especially everybody she's got listed has good content on their channels. Like I said, Essie, I really did go over your channel and look through it. And I enjoyed it. I honestly really enjoyed your channel, brother. It was cool. You had me dying laughing though. As soon as I heard the accent, I was like, "God damn, dude, you're definitely were raised by somebody from Philly or Jersey or grew up there yourself because I can hear it in you." Yeah, Beans adjusted. Yeah, Beans has adjusted everything to Beans now. Beans of Truth, I believe, is everything with her, right? Which is cool. Cool, cool, cool. Get that branding in there, Beans. A lot easier to follow. Yeah, I didn't even know Beans had a YouTube until she said something one night. And I'm like, why the hell didn't you tell me this before? I would have been like promoting the hell out of you. Same thing for Eugene, like his music, like Six is another. I'm like, he posts up a video of him playing drums, and I'm like, like Beans was like, yo, you haven't seen this yet? I'm like, no, I haven't seen it yet. She's like, he's amazing. I'm like, what? So I went and watched it. I was like, oh, he actually is fucking amazing. I mean, SE, that's just it. It's still like you may have been raised in Baltimore, but it's that Northeast, like that section. You know what I mean? Like Delaware, Jersey, New York, Philly, Baltimore, that whole area is all like the attitude is a little bit different in each place, but the accent is close to the same. Yeah, you're not wrong, Stranded. But the whole thing is that's only if people accept that penny, because now you give away that penny while you're no longer the richest. And that's one of those misconceptions about the 1%. Okay, yes, Elon Musk has a shit ton of money, but at one point in time, Bill Gates had, way more money than Elon Musk, for example. That shit's always going to switch. Rockefellers, you look at the different wealth transfers through time, it always switches. Like it shit like that always switches. It switches hands. And so your top 1% may be these people now, but in the future, it might not be. Like, Bezos is another one. And they don't always start off rich either. Some people innovate and work their guts out and make some lucky bets. Sometimes it comes down to luck. I'm not going to lie. The only thing you can do, it's the same thing. One of those dirty little tricks. You can't always bet on your luck, but you can always bet on your skill. So the more skillful you get, the better your luck. Because when that luck kicks in, it really enhances things. But always work on your skill. Oh, I don't doubt that one, Bob. I wouldn't want to spend 45 days off Mogadishu. That sounds awful. Yeah, well, there and also it also comes down, like I was saying, Stranded. The whole thing is, it's also spending habits, stuff like that. Look, I got looted every paycheck by somebody that should not have been looting me. And I got to a point where I would spend all the money I had so this way they couldn't loot me anymore. You know what I mean? Like, well, you can't take what I don't have, but I got all these cool DVDs and CDs and shit. Right? So I'm going to go out and buy every dumb thing I can just so you can't take my money from me before I have it. I could never get ahead. I would always be in debt. Things like that happen. Looted? So here you go. I'll give you an example. I need money for the cable bill. Okay, how much you need? It's going to be $125. Whoa, that shit was $75 last month. Why is it $125? Well, you know, the bill went up. Okay, here you go. Here's your $125. Next month, it's $75 again. Well, wait a minute. How come, you know, it went down $50? Like, shouldn't it have gone up to $125 the whole time? My best friend actually sat me down and was like, "Bro, you're getting ganked for all your loot." So what do you mean? He's like, utility bills don't increase and decrease like that when it's a set thing like your cable bill. It'll stay the same every month. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, it's not in your name, and that's why you're getting ganked. Wait, which did you put up more, Matt? Smurf, you drop more voice messages? Yeah, and I thank you for your service too, Bob. And know that I never talk ill of our military, especially, you know, the guys on the boats, the guys in the sky, the guys on the ground pounding. You'll never hear me talk ill about them. You'll hear me talk ill about our government, though. Oh, your insurance went up? Well, see, like that's a little different because it's your insurance. But if somebody else is controlling your insurance and told you it went up that high and then the next month it went back down to $166, like yeah, what was that sudden jump? Oh, you needed spending money in your pocket. You're looting me. Yeah. Shout out to anybody who has served in the military. Duke Raoul isn't here. Shout out to him too. I don't know if Rebel has or hasn't. I don't know if SE has or hasn't. I know I haven't, but I was too much of a bitch to get involved in that kind of life. Um, but shout out to anybody who has served in our military to keep America strong. You guys are the true patriots, and we thank each and every one of you for our freedom every day. For doing that ugly thing that we didn't want to do as regular ass civvies. You know, that's just it. It's just, I don't, you know, I'm one of those guys, Bob, where I don't want to send somebody like you back when you were young and in the service off to fight a war that really isn't yours to fight. You know, it's not going to gain it. You're not doing it. You're being sent because you're involved in somebody else's shit, not our own shit, you know, that kind of thing. Like, I don't want anybody to ever get it misconstrued that I don't appreciate troops or any of that kind of stuff, or would badmouth our military. Like, it's a situation that I wouldn't wish on anybody in a lot of cases. And like Bob said, he had the time of his life when he was in. Some people I know are like that, and then other people I know are the exact opposite. They come out with scars so deep mentally that I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's almost not worth it to me. grab. Where the hell? What? Oh, I wonder if I can reach him without even shutting off my mic, without knocking shit all off the desk, without accidentally stepping on my own dick. Hold on a second. Had to grab my smokes. Yeah, I mean, if you want that experience, Stranded, just you could have gone back to some of my adventures as a teen. I did shit like that all the time. Used to do dumb shit. It's more, being in a foreign land and doing that shit. Oh yeah, Rebel. I can imagine. So, I'm not far from good old Paris Island. And true story, the comic book shop that I visited, guy was he was a gunny sergeant, the guy who owns the comic book store. Very nice man. Shout out to oh God, what's it called? SE Cards and Collectibles. It's local down here. It's just outside Paris Island. It's a comic book store, but he does card grading for sports cards and all that, sells sports cards. Very nice man. I just call him Mr. Ben. He's an amazing man. But he's told me stories because he was in Vietnam or what have you. And he's like, man, I came home, people spitting on me, calling me a baby killer, like all this other stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Do they know the bullshit I went through? Like, what? Bob, that's great. Yeah. Yep, exactly. That's my father-in-law too. He, good man. But yeah, Mr. Ben told me, like all kinds of stories that they'd have to do to keep themselves sane over there, like all this stuff. And he's like, and then I get stateside, figure I'd come back a hero, and instead people are spitting on me and call me a baby killer and all that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys even talking about? Do you know what the hell I just went through? Smurfbo. I'm your worst nightmare, Murdoch. Hey, Murdoch, you got something to spark this joint with? No? What the fuck? You're of no use to me, Murdoch. I'm coming for you. That's awesome. Yeah, I met my wife when we were both in kindergarten, and my wife knew she was going to marry me one day. And I'm a dude. I'm just completely clueless to these things. Very possible, Eugene. That is actually very, very possible. That is a fantastic story, too, Bob. Fair enough, Essie. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I almost drew it's a true story. There's a point when I was 21 where I almost signed up to go into the military. What is it? The ASVAB? And I tested out, and I'm testing out way high, and I was debating it. And then my uncle, who he did, I think, 3 or 4 tours, however, whatever the maximum amount of tours was over in Nam. He was actually Army intelligence when he retired. Never really retired. He was a crazy fucker, right? But he sent me a letter, and that letter convinced me not to go into the military. And I can still remember parts of the letter, and I have it somewhere around the house. I don't even know. It's probably put in a box somewhere, one of those things. And God rest him. But my uncle wrote in that letter, he's like, don't sign up for the military unless you're ready to take bullshit and ass kicking as a way of life. And the other part of the letter said, unless there's a war on, in which case sign up immediately because you'll love the experience. And I was just like, yeah, like maybe the military life, I'm not really built for it. Like maybe that, I'm not really ready to take bullshit and ass kicking as a way of life. I think I'm better off sitting here, chasing tail and getting hammered. Yeah, women have a way of shanghaiing you and hitting you out of the blue when you least expect it, especially the good ones. So that's a good call out, Bob. It's definitely shit's insane, guys. So what do you think happens next? Here's the question. Does Iran hit us? Does what escalates next? What do you guys think? I'm debating this shit. What do you guys think happens next? Like if I'm reading everything the way I'm reading everything, knowing that we have no more battleships off the coast of Taiwan. Well, I think we got one or two, but not enough to overwhelm a Chinese invasion. I think soon we might see Taiwan. I think that might be, I think Iran comes back at us. We get entangled there for a little bit, but I really see China maybe going after Taiwan soon. You think that, Bob? I'll tell you what, man, I hope you're fucking right. Like, I honestly hope you're right and Iran comes to the peace table. Now, if they did hit all their uranium stockpiles, so this is the way I think, and I don't know. It's just one of those damn things. If it were me and I was enriching uranium, I was going to build a bomb. I'm just going to put myself in Iran's place. I wouldn't have stockpiled shit in one spot. I would have had it spread out through each section of the country in different spots. So let's say I had, 100 pieces of uranium that's fully enriched or, thereabouts. I would have put a good chunk, like maybe 30-40% in one spot. So it looked like that was my main payload. But then I would have spread like maybe 5 to 10% in all different spots all around the map in my country. So this way you never got all of it. Yes, you're right. There are sleeper cells all across the country. I do believe that. But the thing is, on a heightened alert and everything else, yeah, we may not have caught them all. But I think the average American citizen, if it comes down to it, like if I saw something shady, I'd probably intervene. That's just me. And I would like to believe most American people would either intervene or get their cell phone out, record it, and then because everything's pretty much monitored thanks to the Patriot Act, the government will pick it up and stop it before it happens. I'd like to believe that. Yeah, Beans, but I don't see him as a bully. I just see him as a big mouth. I don't see Iran as going out there and throwing punches. You know what I mean? Like actually pushing people around. I see them more like a big mouth that with a fat wallet that pays other people to go punch people. Like I'll break it down the only way my brain really works, like mafioso, you know, like Hezbollah is like one of the capos to the Don, you know, Hezbollah and the Houthis would be another capo. And they send, hey, you know what? I need Johnny Numbers hit tomorrow. Hey, Hezbollah, go hit Johnny Numbers. There you go. Here's a couple million for your troubles. I agree, Bob. I do think we're tracking a lot of shit, and I know for a fact we've got better tech than people realize when it comes to our government. There's a reason $1 trillion goes missing. Yeah, they've been killing Americans for a long time. We've been killing them for a long time too, to an extent. Um, it's still not a bully. Not like they're showing up in like New Jersey and starting shit. It's all over on their territory. Like we're playing world police, so when the bad guy shoots you, well, you were playing world police. Snitches get rewards. Yeah, see, I agree with Bob. The Iranian people are a very good people. We saw it with the Shah of Iran, but they thought they knew better and ousted him, even though the Shah was installed by us. Um, but I don't see him as, I see the government as bullies. Like, I see the fundamentalists that are in charge over there as bullies. Yeah, okay. They bully their people, stuff like that. But when it comes to bullying America, there's a reason why, even though they were firing all these shots on Israel and stuff, they never let a stray one go towards an American warboat because they didn't want that smoke. That's kind of like I said, in the mafioso kind of world, that would be the equivalent of the Don shooting at Al Capone. Like you don't want to fuck with the biggest gangster there is. Yes, and I think you're right, Bob. I think that would be a good thing, but they have to do it. Like you can't go for the regime change and kill Khomeini because then the people didn't do it organically. You're kind of forcing them to choose somebody new, and that doesn't work out. You need the people to uprise and overthrow Khomeini. Now, weakening the military around Khomeini is one thing. Okay, Israel can soften them up, U.S. can soften them up, but it's really got to be the people that uprise. I think if they don't hit us, I don't think Trump's going to take any more action either. That is kind of the thing I was saying after the press conferences. It feels like he was kind of like, yeah, we hit what we needed to hit. We got rid of what I said they couldn't have. Now we're going to step the fuck out of this. But if you could, sons of bitches, take a shot, it's that scene from Unforgiven where what did he say? My name's Edward T. Money. I've killed women, children, dogs. Any of you sons, I'm going to take my friend Ned's body out of here. Any of you sons of bitches take a shot at me, I'll come to your house. I'll burn it to the ground. Like that kind of thing. Nope, you're not talking too much, Bob. You're fine. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. But this is where that but comes in. He also said that he wouldn't get us into other foreign wars. He wouldn't involve us. We'd stop being a world police. He said a lot of shit on that campaign trail. I'll solve Ukraine on day one. I'll solve Ukraine, Russia. It's not my war, but I'll solve it. Stuff like this. I believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I'll believe it if going forward, what happens. I don't trust anybody in that level of power. I just don't. I can't. That's just survivor's instinct kicking in of don't trust shit. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Let's say Bibi Netanyahu put something in Trump's ear. Oh, well, Mossad said, yeah, you guys don't have troops as close to these motherfuckers as we do. You don't have intelligence officers embedded as deep as we do. Your intelligence is coming from Mossad in certain parts. I'm sure that's how that works. So, you know what I mean? All it takes is one good well-placed lie that's believable. And yeah, it might turn on a dime. I don't know if I should, the whole problem is in this situation. If you had said to me in the beginning of 2020, like 2024, 2025, when Trump got sworn in, can you see him going and bombing sites in Iran after Israel I would have told you no, there's no way in fuck he'd do it, but he just did it. So Eric Shawn and Clint Eastwood movie. Now you got me thinking of Clint Eastwood movies. You meant the barracks scene in Clint Eastwood movie. Are you talking about Heartbreak Ridge, where he's like, lift your chin right about there, and he hits him? Damn, Bob, I'm smooth, aren't I? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. Swede. That was the guy's name too. Was the Swede, because Mario Van Peebles brings the Swede in to. He just got out of being in lockup too. They had locked him up because he beat up their other CEO or their other DI, and they bring him in to fuck with Gunny Highway, and Clint Eastwood disables him real quick and like arm bars him basically, or chicken winged him. And then he's like, lift your chin, and then just punches him in the face and knocks him out. And they're like, okay. And then Swede comes in. He's like, I guess I'm going back to jail. And he's like, nope, get dressed. You're in with the troop. Fantastic scene, man. Fantastic scene. Yep. I'm mean, angry, and tired. I eat Constantine wire and piss napalm. You can do whatever you want, just don't bore the hell out of me. Yeah, Gunny Highway. That was a fantastic character. And pretty much like, from everything I've heard, how a real DI is too. Like, well, actually a real Gunny. Same way, I've also heard that R. Lee Emery was bringing authenticity to the role. But in Full Metal Jacket, R. Lee Emery's DI in that, dear Lord. Very good, Beans. And that's a good opinion to have. You're for Trump and America first. I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you on that. But if you ask me if I trust Trump, I'm going to tell you no. I don't trust anybody. At least not that high up in our government. But your opinion is definitely welcome, and thank you. No, I want them to bite, but like I said, I want to see the intelligence on it. That's where I'm at with it. I definitely want them to bite. If the bite was for a reason, okay. Guys breaking into your house, the dog bites them, okay. If you went to go hit them because you had somebody in your ear tell you, hey man, they got this, and they really didn't, that's the quagmire we fell into when it came to overthrowing Saddam. That's what I'm afraid of. Yep. And you know what? Hey, look, fair enough, Beans. He kept his promise. No boots on the ground and no American lives lost. You're not wrong. You're 100% not wrong. It's really how this all plays out. Like I said, best case scenario is exactly what Bob K. MIT just said. That Iran immediately comes to the table, says, look, we're wrong, no retaliation, and we're good, and we move forward. I just look at the other side of the coin of basically Trump just made them their bitch. And when you hit a mob guy's got to hit back, and usually hit back harder to prove that they're not a bitch. Otherwise, they lose that respect and the belief in them. Because as Bob succinctly said, it's going to take the Iranian people to basically they need to overthrow and rise up against the government. Or, well, actually the Ayatollah, really in this case. Government separate from the Ayatollah. He's more like the religious fundamental leader of that country, right? Kind of like the King of England, He's not part of the government, but he is the King of England. And that's part of the thing is the people are more willing to rebel against somebody who looks weak and has lost respect. So in order to save face, you got to hit back twice as hard. And that's what I'm afraid of, is that retaliation. See, that analogy doesn't work though with me, Beans, because I've got security cameras out front. Like, if I saw that person come on my property, I'd clip them out. And I'd be justified in doing it because I have no trespassing signs. But they're not coming into America and hitting us with a bomb or anything just yet. That's what I'm saying is preemption. I get it. I understand. I don't know. I don't want to get honey-dicked into another war that's going to be endless for 20, 30 years and sacrifice people's kids. Yeah, see, like SE, that's where I'm at. Like, when I think America first, I think America first. Like, we need to fix our shit here. We need to get our house in order. Stranded, have a great night. Thanks for dropping in. This wasn't even supposed to go this long, and it is. I'll do the painting tomorrow, and trust me, you're getting like 10 shout outs. Well, I'll try for 10. But thank you, Stranded. We always appreciate you. I look at it from both ends of the spectrum, right? But when I think America first, that's what America first means to me, is legitimately America first. Putting our house in order, cleaning out the gutters, repairing the walls, vacuuming the floors, doing the spring cleaning, wiping out the bullshit, cleaning up the garage. I don't think of going into another country, bombing shit and doing regime change. Like I don't like going over to the neighbor's house and saying, hey, you need to get the fuck out of here because you play the music too loud. Stuff like that. Like, I just think America first is America first. But that's just me. That's my opinion. I want to see, like, we got all these protests and stuff. Okay, get to the bottom of it. Nail the NGOs that are funding this bullshit. Get them out of the way. Democrats are underwater right now with their polling. Like I think they just posted the worst approval rating in history because they haven't learned any lessons from their shellacking in the last election. So keeping power shouldn't be that difficult. Really shouldn't. But if you start severing the base of the Republicans, you're going to give an opening for Democrats to take back control. And if they get their shit together and figure out, hey, this policy, it might all flip, and then none of this shit's going to matter anyway. Yeah, Essie, and that's the other thing. Bad intel caused that strike in Syria. Because that was the one where, oh, they used chemical weapons on their own people, right? That strike. Yeah. And you know, to like, fair enough, Bob. You're right too. Trump has been saying for like 15, 20 years, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So I get it. And that's why I want to see the intel, because if his intel saying they really were like a couple weeks away or whatever, and they were planning on building the bomb, okay. Now, it wouldn't hit America because they don't have the materials or the science yet for an ICBM, which is what it would take to hit America. But they would wipe Israel out. Not going to lie. Steve, there's a DNC chair. The vice chairs are what got removed. But yeah, remember in Trump's first term too, he took out Soleimani, who was one of the orchestrators behind a lot of terrorist activity. So, like I said, there's little things that Trump did do in his first term that were warlike, but we just used one of our most advanced warplanes and a bomb that maybe two other countries in this world have to go hit another country's nuclear stockpile. If you think China didn't feel some kind of way about that, considering they've got nukes, or North Korea or Russia, I mean, look, it sends a strong message, right? Strength through peace or whatever, but this was a bomb. Like he authorized that shit. So I want to see the intelligence on it. That's all I want. I want that evidence. And if the evidence lines up with what he did and the call he made, hey, God bless him for it. And you did the right fucking thing. But if it turns out it was a bunch of bullshit that was fed to him by Mossad and BB because they simply want to do regime change in Iran, I'm not for it at all. Yeah. And you're right, Essie. He did. He got bad intel on Syria. To be honest with you, I think that's part of the reason why Tulsi Gabbard was installed as DNI, because he could rely on her intel, because she was one of the ones that was screaming out about that you got bad intel, don't do this. And they did it anyway. And Israel, we don't even know, quote unquote, we don't know if they have a nuke or not. We believe they have a nuke, and you know whose nuke it is? Ours. They stole it. If they have a nuke, it's ours, and they took it from us. That's just a rumor, though. I don't know how true it is. I never looked into it, but that's what I've always heard, is that Israel may have nuclear capabilities, but if they do, it was from the U.S. Now, Israel's smart enough. They're not going to start a nuke fight. Nobody should start a fucking nuke fight. Hell, even Putin, with Ukraine pissing him off as bad as they have, hasn't fired a nuke. He's fired something that could carry a nuke, but he never fired a nuke. Oh, you did look into it, Bob? They have 10 to 20? Or 10 to 12? That's crazy, dude. He just said she is wrong, Bob. That's right. You weren't here for when I went over that. So the whole thing is, what Trump's right when he said this. The only problem is because the press twisted shit. Tulsi Gabbard didn't say. Tulsi Gabbard said, our intelligence says they're not working on a nuclear bomb. They cut the quote right there. If you watch the rest of the testimony for another like 30 seconds, and you can find it, it's readily available. It was kind of close to how they pulled that shit with Trump, where Trump said, there's fine, very fine people on both sides, and they cut it right there. The next words out of Trump's mouth, and I don't mean the white supremacists and the neo-Nazis, right? We all know that. Tulsi Gabbard said, our intelligence says they stopped. They're not working on a nuclear bomb. However, they are enriching uranium up to 60% and stockpiling it, which tells me that they probably are working towards a nuclear bomb. They cut that whole part of the clip out and have been running with that one side of the narrative that she just said there wasn't any proof, right? Well, technically there is no proof. But if you've got ballistic missiles with shielding that can carry a nuke, and then you've got enriched uranium over here, well, it's a pretty good indication that they're working on a bomb. But yeah, it's crazy because even Tulsi Gabbard, I think, if you go to her ex, for some reason, I think she actually put out that tweet and actually showed the full context of what she said. She agrees with Trump 100%. Yeah, Bob. She actually, like, if you go on, I don't know if you do X. I don't really do X. But if you go to X and go to Tulsi Gabbard, she actually put out the full clip of what she testified before Congress. And it's like a 1:48-second clip. And in the heading for that tweet, she flat out says, I 110% fully agree with Donald Trump and what he's doing. So there actually is no rift. That's some bullshit in the media to get those ratings and those numbers and make it look like, Trump's calling her an idiot or doesn't agree with her or whatever. She 100% agrees with him. Eugene, you're right. It is kind of like watching WWE versus WCW back in the day and WCW in the final days. You're not wrong. And Beans, I'm not anti-Trump. I'm not anti-Trump at all. But if you think I'm not going to call him out when he does shit that I don't like, you've lost your mind, ma'am. Because I will call out both sides evenly. I'm just telling you, I fire straight up the middle. Remember, I'm not a hardcore, staunch Republican, conservative, MAGA Trump guy. I'm not a Democrat, progressive Biden guy. I'm right in the middle. I see them both for what they are. And I just call it up the middle. And like I said, if the intelligence is coming out and saying this about Trump, then I'm going to call that out. If it's coming out and saying something different, I'm going to call that out. I'm fair and balanced. I'm not doing some shit like Dave Smith did the other day where he's like, he should be impeached for this and all that. No, dude, like that's way too far. You got no social media other than YouTube? I mean, I got a Facebook so I can talk to my grandmother, and we have like a group chat on there between a bunch of us that play Atlas and other games together. That's about it as far as my other social media goes. I have an X account set up, but that's only so I can go see stuff like when Musk went after Trump. I went and looked at all Elon Musk tweets myself. Same thing for like Tulsi Gabbard, right? Like I'll see what she's got to say, but I don't live on that shit. I can't. YouTube is basically the only outlet I have. And yeah, Sheree, I agree. Tomorrow's press conference with Pete Hegseth, but I'm telling you, it's probably just going to be about operations. I don't expect, well, unless Tulsi Gabbard or, God, what's his name? John Ratcliffe show up at that press conference, then we might get some intel answers, but that's the part I'm wondering about is the intel. Get some sleep, Bubba. I'll talk to you soon, brother. Have a good night. Yeah, Essie, that's where I'm at with it too. I'm not anti-Trump. I'm not like, impeach this motherfucker, he's evil and all this other stuff. I'm just like more like, God damn, dude, you told me no new wars. Don't get us into a fucking new war, especially not for an ally. They weren't, Iran didn't attack Israel first. Israel attacked Iran. And if you're going to say proxies, well, technically, I guess Israel's our proxy and went and attacked Iran, right? So to me, it's just balanced and up the middle. And that's the way I kind of see it and call it. I don't think anybody died today, Shoray. As far as I know, there's been no reports of people dying. Now, granted, I think it was Fudro. They're saying that there might be radiation leaks in the area and that people should probably evacuate. But that would make sense if they hit a uranium deposit, like enriched uranium deposit, even at 60%. Shit's lethal, and that's a half-life on it. It's going to be a long time before that place is livable. Yeah, and you're right, Essie. In this initial attack, there was no American lives lost. Is that better? That's actually way more accurate for what you're saying. You're not wrong. Like you're right. In the long term, will there be American lives lost because I don't know, they bombed downtown New Orleans, some whack job with a fucking backpack runs in and says all aboard the snack bar and just blows himself up. We don't know yet. Okay, Bob's saying, yes, people probably did lose their lives, but it would be people that were manning the stations and probably down there protecting the stockpile, if I'm reading that right. But no U.S. people died. I agree. It is premature to say this will start World War III. I'm just reading the tea leaves and seeing like the different military movements, different involvements, different spycraft. Hell, when they tore down the wall in Germany back in the day, how do we know that the USSR, instead of breaking apart into Baltic states, didn't just start launching fucking nuclear missiles to defend itself so they didn't have to break apart? We don't know. It's a wait and see. So you're right. It is premature to say World War III just started, but man, it's not looking good. Like even in my description, there's a reason why there's a question mark after World War III. And that's mainly because I want to hear you guys' opinions. Do you think this starts World War III? Do you think it doesn't start World War III? What's your reasoning? For me, I don't know. And that's why I'm asking the question. But yeah, that's just it. World War III attitude era. It's not an attack on your opinion. It's pushing back so that you think and say, yeah, okay, well, I'm still sticking to my opinion. Attacking your opinion would be telling you, oh, no, you're dead wrong, and this is why. I am going to give you pushback, because then maybe you're going to come up with something like, oh, yeah, well, then this. Or it makes you think outside the box. Yeah, Bob, and that's another question. Were there discussions? Well, we know there was a discussion with Putin. Was there a discussion with Xi? That's a good question, Bob. Because I know there was a discussion with Putin, so maybe Russia okayed it and said, hey, you do what you got to do. Now Xi, that's a different thing, because they've been basically doing a Belt and Road initiative from Iran to China to ship that oil faster to China. China's using them as their main stop for resources. That's a bigger concern to me. Yeah, well, that's the other thing is, isn't there a list of 7 countries that they were talking about doing regime change with, and Iran is the last one. For some reason, I want to say it's Iraq, Libya, Syria. Who else? But it's like Iran is the last country on that list that hasn't had a regime change yet. It's the last one standing. Like I said, Russia, I definitely I agree with you, Bob, 100% though on that. I think because Putin said, "Hey, let me do some crosstalk." I know that I want to say the Chinese delegation in the UN had put forth peace talks, but yeah, I don't know how many people were actually listening to them. You could do that through AI. Would absolutely do that, Eugene. Like have Trump come in, drink a pair, do the whole drinking 2 beers, giving the stunner and the finger, and then it just fucking stunning the shit out of the Ayatollah Khomeini. That would be funny. Yeah, we're allowed to have nukes. The only one that really scares me that kind of has a nuke right now that I think would use it is North Korea, and not even Kim Jong Un. But I think if something happens to him and his sister ever gains power, his sister is way more vicious and brutal than Kim Jong Un is. Like I am honestly, it's actually kind of worrying if something happens to Kim Jong Un. I think that's his name, right? Current leader of North Korea, and his sister takes over because he saber rattles a lot. But his sister is one of those people that apparently, if all intel is to be believed, will go for the throat and not let go. Like we couldn't send Dennis Rodman over there to solve that one, guys. Well, peace through superior firepower. You need. The problem is you have a balance of power with the nukes, If you had something that could take out the nukes before they ever even launched or detonate them when they're early on in flight, like as soon as they come out of the tube, that would be a little bit different. It looks like peace to you? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't get it messed up. Americans are definitely a very warrior like people, even as soft as we've gotten. They're still very, very much alive ass kickers still out there. Like, scary. Well, peace sells. Who's buying? You know, the news stations need, like, if everything was at peace, what would the news stations report on? They have to come up with shit like, hey, be careful when you go out next week because the escalator is eating some poor kid's leg, you know? I just know this much. The next couple days are going to be very interesting. And when the news cycle kicks back in on Monday, it's going to be fucking crazy. Who knew what when? When was this planned? And when did this go down? What was the retaliation? Because we won't see retaliation till Monday. We'll see it maybe today. I doubt it. I'm going to say Monday is probably when we'll see retaliation. And if they retaliate today, well, we'll cover it to, later on tonight on the actual stream. Oh, not much, Bob. We're like we're fading off, I think. Yeah, I think we all need the views expert opinion on what just happened. Because the view they get everything 100% right all the time. Jesus Christ. Only thing they could get right is if they were judges at a pie eating contest, I swear to God. And even then, it would still be Trump's fault that there was a pit in one of the cherries or something in one of the pies. Yeah. Yeah, and you're not wrong. We have. We're a very warlike war sells. There's a reason why we keep making bigger and better weapons. There's a reason why, and I said this earlier, $1 trillion goes missing out of the budget to the Pentagon every year. If you think they're just like, spending that shit for a lesbian dance festival in Brazil or some shit, no. They're developing things that they don't want anybody to know they have and won't deploy them until it's the absolute time for them. Have a good one, Bob. I'll be streaming tomorrow night too if you're bored and want to drop by. If not, I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in. Hopefully you had fun. Great insight into the discussion. We appreciate you, brother. Yeah, and I mean Eugene's kind of right too. We are kind of a young country. Like we've been around for a minute now, but we're still a young country. We're still making mistakes and going through growing pains. It's just we've become kind of a mecca because of the freedoms that we have attracted the right people, and then, not going to lie, acquiring things through the spoils of war over time too has helped. And when I say that, I mean stuff like, I don't know, Operation Paperclip, where we took all the rocket Nazis and incorporated them into NASA, for example. And that's just it, Eugene. We need to stop fighting amongst ourselves. And, just my opinion, we need to knuckle down and focus on us. Stop trying to make the world like us, because that's not how it works. The world's got to sort that shit out. Yeah, that's part of the problem is that growing up in the 90s, everything was extreme. And the more extreme things get when it comes to politics, it is like watching WWE now. That's a lot of that is Trump's fault, for good or bad. He did change the whole landscape where people treated things a certain way, and he broke that mold. And, like I've said before, you let a genie out of the bottle, you're going to have a hell of a time putting it back in, if ever. America first. USA, USA, says Smurf. And yeah, that's where I'm at. Fix the problems here. Stop worrying about other people's fucking countries. Well, yeah, Eugene. I mean, taking my brain back to the 90s, especially the late 90s going into 2000. The party I threw for 99 going into 2000, that New Year's party lasted 3 days, and we called it the end of the world party because we didn't know if everything was going to just end in the year Y2K. Like, all these different woo-woo people fucking predicted the world's going to end in the year 2000. There is nothing after. And then it was 2012. Everything's going to end and the world's going to end in the Mayan calendar and all that shit. And it all turned out to be woo-woo. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said, this is what I'm hopeful of, SE, with what you just said. I'm hopeful that he got this intel that was pretty solid, was afraid of making the same mistake as George W. Bush and getting us into a fucking dirty ground fight over in Sandland. And he got solid intel, was like, okay, what is the most strategic, least intrusive way we can go in there, stop their nuclear program, all this kind of stuff, and not commit us to a bigger war. And this is what everybody at the table came up with. He implemented it. It went off without a hitch. And that's it. Game over. No more bullshit after this. That's what I hope for. I will hope in one hand. I will shit in the other and see which one fills up. Because I just got that feeling. But that's just it, SE. I have hope, and I'm hoping he's doing it this way because of that. The pessimistic side of me says BB was in his ear, gave him intel. The intel wasn't exactly 100% on the level, and he went with it. That scares me. That's funny as hell, Eugene. I want it to be one way, and let's hope it's that way. Let's just all hope, because at that point we're not derailed all that much. He really is focusing on America. He really was protecting the country, everything else. Let's hope. We can hope. But as the old saying goes, hope floats sometimes, and yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't have the top set. Well, that's why I want the fucking intel. Show me your intel, dude. Yep. And SE, you summed it up the best right there. I don't have top secret clearance. I don't even have a DOD clearance anymore. I don't have none of it. I don't have some special guy on the inside outside of, or on the scene reporter, Steve, going to the fudge row, watching the bombs drop in there. Outside of that, I don't have anybody. But yeah, I would like to believe that he did it for the right reasons. It's the right move, the most strategic move. He mulled this over a lot and all that. I do have my fears. And those fears won't be put to bed till I see all the evidence, all the intel, all that shit comes out. You talk about transparency. This is one of those times where don't burn your assets and tell everybody, well, we had a guy who was dressed as Habibi and he was standing here and watch these bombs fall and all this kind of shit, and was guiding the missiles down with a laser pointer. And don't tell me all that. I don't need to know all that. All I need to hear is we had this intel. It showed that they were enriching uranium at 60% and they were quickly climbing to like 80% or something. They had this whole stockpile here. They were planning on putting it in the bomb over here and using these parts. Give me that. Give me just raw factual data. Beans, we were agreeing with you the whole time, though. That's what we've been saying. We're also playing out both scenarios. Because, like I said, I can go on the fear scenario. Fear scenario is this all triggers World War III. China goes into Taiwan. Iran strikes back, actually already had a nuke, and they actually detonate that shit in somewhere near or around Israel. The fucking cloud covers and starts wiping out like Qatar and Iraq, UAE, all that shit, all the way over back into Iran, kills a whole bunch of our troops. We go put boots on the ground in Iran and get trapped there for fucking 30 years. It's a very good possibility that could play out that way too. It's not guaranteed either way, but I want to see empirical evidence. That's where I'm at with things. Yeah, but CNN's going to fucking demonize Trump. I'm not demonizing Trump. I want to see what he saw. Help me understand. Can you tell me from your, perspective, do you have some kind of intelligence that I don't have on this? And I'm not talking about smarts or brains or anything. I'm talking about intelligence and proof that show that if we didn't go in and hit these fucking bunkers, they were going to put together a bomb and strike Israel, for example, or strike UAE, or strike Qatar, Syria, any of these little other places around them. People have nuclear bombs. China has nuclear bombs. We're not going in there and taking out all their shit. We're not attacking them. Why? Because they're not going to use that nuke. We're pretty sure they're not. It's mutual, self-assured mutual destruction. Same thing with Russia. Iran's a different story because they'll actually use the bomb. So if you can show me they're building a bomb, you can hand me that evidence, that intelligence. I get it. I don't like it. I get it. If you said that, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I honestly didn't see it. And, Sheree probably saw it, and she'll tell me like in a minute, like, yo, yeah, Gam, she did say that. Yes, I can get access to GoldenEye, Eugene. I can if you'd like to see that game played through. That's actually because Microsoft now owns Rare. It's on Xbox. Yeah, see, like SE's with me on that one too. It's the fact that you've been telling me for 20 to 30 years that Iran's going to have a nuke in 3 weeks. All of a sudden, it was just, we need to hit them now and we need to do this and we need to do that. What changed from 30 years ago when you said in a couple months Iran's going to have a nuke? Show me evidence. That's where I'm at. I just don't trust anything. I don't. Eugene, I know exactly what you're talking about, bud. I played the hell out of GoldenEye on Nintendo 64. It's one of the greatest games ever made for it. That, Perfect Dark, Turok. Actually, they have the Turok series up too. I thought about downloading and streaming that. But GoldenEye, it should be on Game Pass because Microsoft owns Rare and they throw all their games on Game Pass. And if not, I might even have it on Rare's Greatest Hits if it's there. Yeah, and that's why it messes with me too, because exactly, Essie, that's the part that messes with me as well. Is that George W. Bush, right? 9/11 happens, and it was Saddam has weapons of mass destruction, and he orchestrated all this bullshit that took down the whole 9/11 kerfuffle. So we go in and we invade Iraq. We basically, they find Saddam Hussein laying in a pile of his own piss and shit under some garbage, and the people in Iraq hung him, right? We toppled his whole regime. We destroyed the country. We got caught in this quagmire and all this. People were coming out against it. Everybody called them assholes, quacks, and all this other stuff. And here it turns out that it was actually Osama bin Laden, a Saudi prince, that orchestrated everything behind the scenes and caused all this to happen. Yet we never laid a glove on Saudi Arabia. Right? We went into the wrong place. Why? Because the intel was bad. Because Dick Cheney told George W. Bush, hey, he tried to kill your daddy. It's got to be him. Of course, Saddam Hussein, wanting to be a big man, also came out and said, yeah, you come to attack us, we kill all you Americans. Shit like this. So when stuff like this happens, I'm skeptical. Because you fool me once, shame on me. You fool me twice, then, I might as well just take my own life because I'm a fool for falling for it. And I'm not trying to fall for shit again or commit and get all rah-rah because Trump's right and always right. I want your evidence. I'm not just going to take you on blind faith ever again because you're part of the government. And it doesn't matter if I love Trump or I hate Trump. I still want to see your evidence. If this was Joe Biden in the same position, I would be saying the same exact fucking thing. Except for I'd probably either be asking his wife or Anthony Blinken, these questions instead of Joe Biden, because I would have just assumed that the auto pen did it for him. Yeah, Essie. And, there's stuff I would like to say with that I can't say. And it has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with somebody close to me's experience with that kind of shit. And unfortunately, the only thing I can say is trust me on it. I've heard and listened to things like that from somebody who's really, really, really close to me. And I can't get into it. But trust me, I feel you there, brother. And God bless you for having to go through that. Whatever God you believe in, God bless you. And it gets to them too. That's why they don't pay attention to politics. That's why they don't watch anything to do with war. That's why they don't, they're, man. Turok, yeah, Leo would like that. The dinosaur hunter. And of course, Six, you jumped in while I was right in the middle of, just running my gums. And of course, I wasn't ignoring you. You're epic. And I'm sure, I don't even know. I think Sheree gave your channel a shout out once before. She probably will again soon. I just don't want to sacrifice young life, money, treasure, blood, sweat, and tears and commit people to shit that we could have avoided. And like I said, maybe he was in a no-win situation and all that. And I've also said, you know, the whole problem I'm having here is either attack them or don't, but you can't be half pregnant. You know, like follow through on whatever you're going to do. If he just did this one hit and he's out because he's just like, yeah, I said they couldn't have a nuclear weapon and all that, and he's following through on that promise, I can respect that. If it turns into, oh, we're going to spend the next 30 years there, set up, you know, shop and all, I kind of feel a way about that. Yeah, you know it can happen to when you sign up for the military and all that kind of stuff. That's well and that's good. You know what else can happen? You can go to college afterwards and have a good education because you didn't have to go through all that on top of it. And you served your country. I would rather that for our troops than having to see the after effects. It's one of the reasons why I'm an advocate of anybody that serves in a foreign war should have probably housing for the rest of their lives from our government and access to mental health 24/7. Sorry, Six. Like I said, I just, you know, don't want to make you feel like I threw shade at you or something. You got a lot of amazing people dropping in. Finally got SE to get in on one of the streams that wasn't a gaming stream. Bob was here for a little while. Duke, I don't know where the hell Duke is. Duke, wherever you are, brother, thank you for your service, and you're a cock looker. Just going to call you that right now. Rebel actually came through. He dropped off all kinds of different things, and yeah, that was awesome. Like he came in, the roving reporter came through and just started like dropping all the true socials and this what's going on next. And Steve, you know, man on the streets, he watched the bombs fall in Budrow. He went out there for us and he videotaped them with a VHS camera. I'm not making it up. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. I've been in arguments, SE, with somebody that it's funny. They're like, well, you know, socialized healthcare like the VA. And I'm like, dude, do you know how shitty the VA hospital is? How much they make them wait, how they don't fund them right, how, you know, how they actually treat our veterans? Like, I feel bad for the people, like you said, like your sister, that are working there and have to go, wow, I'm working knee deep in shit. Give me something else here. It's terrible. It's tragic. Yeah, no shade detected. That's because you're so cool, Six. You block out the sun. I believe it, Essie. I believe it, man. Like, trust me, I believe it. That's the tragedy. You know, it's people think the war ends when the shooting stops, and that's not how that works. Definitely not the way. I wish that's the way it worked. Like, oh, the shooting's over, everybody's fine and happy. Yay, let's go drink a Coke and put daisies in each other's hair. Not how that shit works at all. And just because you signed up for that life, that's what makes you braver than most of us. I mean, yeah, nobody really does kind of win. It's the same thing. It was actually, man, that DC comic. They did an arc in there one time with the new 52, and it was a Justice League comic. And I want to say the Joker released some kind of gas or whatever, and it brainwashed everybody. I can't remember what it was, but the whole Justice League is basically coming after Batman. And Batman's taking each one down and, describing how he takes them down. And then he finally gets to Superman. And he says it like as they're flying up in the air, because Superman flies into him or whatever, and he's got like the heavy suit on with the kryptonite going, the whole 9 yards. And as he's going up in the air, he goes, everybody always talks about a fight between Batman and Superman. Who would win? He goes, the answer is no one wins when Batman fights Superman. That's kind of war. Well, SE, I always say this, right? If you're going to do something criminal, make sure you don't get caught. The way you make sure you don't get caught is by planning on getting caught. It's the ones that always think they're going to get away with everything that are the first ones caught, because they can't get it. Well, they're never going to catch me. No, always plan on them catching you and how they're going to catch you, and that's how you get away with it. Oligarchs. What oligarchs? Man, it's not oligarchs. It's just bullshit. And don't be afraid. Yeah, Beans is actually right on that one. As far as being afraid and stuff, don't be afraid. You can win. It's just a hard fight. The whole thing is to keep fighting. That's all. I fired up this stream so I could just blow shit off my chest, clear my brain, and see if there's anybody else out there that, had different opinions or different purviews, different points of view, could see things differently and everything else. And I think there's shit we all are going to disagree on, but there's other stuff that we all agree on. Well, SE, you can not pay taxes, but, just make sure there's a way to cover your tracks. Like, just, I don't know, get a different SOSAC number. So this way, when they come for you, they're actually coming for Rodrigo Jones. That's all. So there's a hierarchy, right? Does it really affect your life, though? Like, yeah, people with power tend to be evil. You're not wrong. But here's the thing. Do they actually control you? And if so, how are they controlling you? Like SE's got a good point, Yeah, if our government's evil, they definitely suck down your riches through taxation, right? So that's one way they can control you. Otherwise, you go to jail, or they take your house away and your ability to live. But at the same point in time, as long as you're not playing their game, are you contributing to the evil? Well, somebody that has you at the point of a gun, like, they have a gun up against your head and say you have to do this or else you're going to die. That's one of those we get it kind of moments. Yes, exactly. GAM is not liable for any hustler lifestyle that you decide to acquire. I appreciate you, Sheree. Thank you. Thank you. That's why she's the greatest mod on the internet, guys. Everybody always, send her praise, her flowers, and all that stuff, because Sheree watches my ass and makes sure I don't get myself in trouble by not saying allegedly. Yeah. Drag Queen Story Hour ain't going to fund itself, guys. Failing education system is not going to fund itself. Those student loans that you took off that you're going to pay off in 45 to 2,000 years, they're not going to pay themselves back. What the fuck? So here's a question for everybody that's in the chat right now. Do you guys remember what I first said when I started streaming? About how long this stream would last and, how long I'd probably go. The left doesn't get everything either. They think they're getting everything, but they don't. That's the dirty little secret. They're just dumb and don't realize it. You're unfortunately intelligent enough to realize exactly what you're getting for your buck. No, Beans. I actually vacated my bowels before I got on stream. Yeah, see? Smurfs got it. This is what always happens. Always happens. I start running my gums. I'm only going to do an hour or 2 hour stream. Nope. Yeah, 4, 6 hours, 10 hours later, it's, oh, well, it's really getting late, guys. What the fuck? I didn't even paint anything this time. Actually, I'm glad, too, because it would have come through right in the paint, and I would have done the shittiest job. Not like they're always normally bangers, but no, they don't. See, that's like I said, that's one of those things where they get the same amount. It's just politically, they can go out there and protest and they're not getting locked up, stuff like this. And if you did it, yeah, you get locked up or whatever. So they get a little bit of leeway. But if you did that shit down here where I'm at in South Kakalaki, they had to file for petitions or file for a permit rather to protest. That's how we knew where the protests for No King's Day were going to be. They didn't block roads. They didn't get out of hand. None of that fucking shit. Because if they did, the cops would have legitimately turned off their body cams and beat the shit out of them and taken them to jail. Right? That right there is your difference. It's because of who's in the leadership in whatever city. But you could do a protest. You could have done a counter protest. Hell, I watched a counter protest and honestly, both sides came together and raised the American flag. It was fucking touching, actually, for No King's Day. Both sides could agree that America was a great place and raised the flag. I should find that video and I should play that video for you guys. But it really was touching. I was like, damn. It was Dems and fucking Republicans on both sides screaming about Trump. And then one guy starts talking about but America's the greatest place. And the Dems were like, you're right. America is the greatest place. And they raised the flag together. So on the federal level, I mean, is that really winning though? It's not like you're having your lesbian basket weaving classes happen in Seattle. You're having that shit happen in Brazil. It's not even in the United States. And honestly, I look at it as a way. If we start exporting woke to other countries, we're gonna fuck those countries up. Because it's definitely worked for our film industry here. Right. But again, see, that's where I'm going back to. That's because they're too dumb to realize that it's not benefiting them. and it's actually hurting another country, you're smart enough to realize it's not benefiting me and it's fucking up another country in the same breath. And it's still my tax dollars being pissed away instead of being put to something that's actually of use to the world. Now, Eugene, in 2020, if you had gone out during the BLM riots wearing a balaclava and carrying a BLM sign and run in and grabbed yourself like a big screen out of Walmart, you would have been fine, brother. You just had to carry the right sign. That's all. Yeah, you know, if you're going to do crime like that, you got to be smart. You got to ingratiate yourself into the side that's getting away with shit. Doesn't mean you believe what they believe. You just, you know, you got to play that game. Allegedly. Is that better, Sheree? Beans, I second that. I second that 110%. I grew up here, and I can say that America is the greatest country in the entire world. The fact that I can get on the internet at any given time and run my fucking mouth and talk shit about everything, including Donald Trump, who is our current sitting president. 1000%. The feds aren't knocking at my door. The Gestapo isn't hauling my ass away. Greatest country on earth, just because of that fact. That's just me. That's why I'm all about 1A. Absolutely. An absolutist on it, that you should be able to say whatever the fuck is on your mind because you're thinking it anyway. You're just putting a voice behind it. Yep, Eugene, you're going to jail. You wear that Punisher shirt, you're going directly to jail, buddy, especially if it's the old symbol. Now, if you have the new Punisher symbol, you might get away with it. But the old Punisher symbol, yeah, they're locking you the fuck up and throwing away the key, buddy. You would have fucked up. Okay, on a global level. Okay, I can appreciate that, Beans. That's a good take on a global level. For me, when you say American first, that's the difference is I think America first. Like, fucking fix the country. Don't worry about other countries. That's where our opinions differ, but I can respect that opinion. And yeah, I do think Trump does show a lot of balls about a lot of things. But I also think that sometimes with a man like Trump, my concern is he does have an ego. And if you stroke that ego the right way, it can get bad. Like the most impressive thing I can say about Donald Trump in recent memory was the whole feud with Elon Musk, where he didn't go ham on Elon Musk and call him like a ketamine abusing cocksucker or something on X, you know, like he would have with some of these Dems. Because that, I'm not going to lie, that shit would have been, I'd have been hysterics. Like if he just went off on Elon Musk and said, look, little rocket man, or something like, you know, like we've seen him do it in the past. Instead, Trump actually took a high road on it and it made him look much better, in my opinion. It was amazing. It was like, wait, hold on. He's not, you know, gut punching him. And then Elon came crawling and apologized to him. It was like, yep, you played that one perfect, sir. Yeah, Sheree. That's exactly. He was uncharacteristically chill. Like he didn't go for his throat. And like it showed growth. And that was a good thing. I believe that, Beans, because like again, I'm going to go back to it. That's when you guys get into the whole Muslim Christian debates and all that kind of stuff. I've heard certain things from people's personal experiences, and they're horrific. And honestly, I couldn't even talk about them on YouTube. I couldn't even talk about them on YouTube because they would fucking throw me off the platform for some of that shit. Plus, I would be violating somebody's trust on top of it who told me some of the shit they saw. So I agree with you there, you know, and I didn't have to grow up in it. And I'm happy I didn't. I'm happy I'm not one of them, and I don't count myself among them. Yeah, and like Smurf said, you know, I also feel that's kind of the way I feel. If we can't pick shit here, why are we fucking with other people? Like, no. I can't tell you how to raise my kids when two of them are crackheads, you know? Like, oh yeah, you know, you should do this. Like, oh, little Jimmy isn't going to class on time? Well, you know, you really should. No, 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 no. Your kids are crackheads. You have fucked up. Don't tell me how to raise my kids. They may want the West, but it's not just Trump in the way when it comes to that, Beans. The American people are in the way. Like as much as we get mad at Democrats for their protests and stuff, remember you got shit like gays for Iran and shit like this. You'll see signs for. It's like, and then they'll talk about like they don't understand in that country they throw them off the building. Well, they may be all for it at first, but when they really actually realize what the fuck that shit's all about, it changes. It's the same way people that are all for illegal immigration, you say, that's great. I work for a company. We house illegal immigrants while they're going through their visa thing, and they're teenagers, all male. How many would you like to bring into your household? And they're like, yeah, I got to go. I can't help you there. Like, well, are you really for it, or you just run your mouth because you want to be popular and fit in with society? Reality hurts. In a lot of ways, they remind me of our homeless baker friend. I'm not going to lie. There's actually a lot more difference than that. A lot more difference that we have Trump and Europe doesn't. The other thing is that Americans won't accept it, and that's how you get things like, well, the borders were open, people were getting killed, cities were getting overrun, populations were, you know, people in certain cities were losing funding to the things they gave a shit about, and it was all going to illegals and stuff like this. You could watch all the city halls on that kind of stuff. And that's why they overwhelmingly voted for Trump, right? But that's because he was going to shut it down in America first, the American citizen first. Yeah, Eugene, that's one of my big things that I don't like is if you criticize the government of Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Nope, don't have an anti-Semitic bone in my body. But if, you know, like if somebody that was in Israel supporting, you know, like whole 9 yards going all out, heard some of the stuff I say, they'd be like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. No, I'm not. No, I'm criticizing the government, Bibi Netanyahu, and ministers of state. I don't, doesn't mean I fucking hate anybody or I don't think that Israel should exist or any of this. I just don't like the way you're doing things. And I'm going to criticize your government the same way I would criticize people in South Africa's government or Europe's government or anywhere else in this world, including my own. So you can suck a dick. You know, that's where I'm at with those kind of people. What's up, E-Rock? God damn it. Just when I thought I was out, they're pulling me back in. I'm going 10 more minutes, guys. 10 more minutes to 2 a.m. on the East Coast. And then I'm calling it because I said that at 11:10 or 11:50. Then I said it at like 1 something. Like it just keeps getting longer and longer. Yeah, I know you're talking about illegal immigration, but yeah, so that's just it. That's how we got Trump back, was because we saw what happens with open borders. And even the people that are screaming about their for open borders, right now, they're not screaming about opening the border back up. They're screaming about Donald Trump. They don't like Trump. They don't give it. They want those borders closed. Don't let them bullshit you. Hostage stream. Jesus Christ, Eugene. God damn, Iraq. That sucked. Brother, every one of us has kind of had a bad day in one way or another. I woke up to the alarm in my house going off. My wife ended up in the hospital and coming back before I even woke up. Um, Devin had some shit happen. David Mon, we have all this shit going on over in the Middle East. Like, it's been a day. It has been a day, guys. No, it's not the most consecutive, believe it or not, Beans. It's up there, but this is not the most consecutive. Um, I don't know which stream it was. I did one stream, and we had what I showed it to Sheree. I think it was like 15 to 20 consecutive viewers through the stream. Like it was, it's because I even sent it to Sheree, like the snapshot from the analytics, and I was like, wow, if this shit keeps going the way it's going, I might actually like start taking advice and making t-shirts and stuff because wow. I'm always shocked when you guys even tune into me at all. I'm not going to lie. To this day, it still shocks me that people hop on here and listen to me run my gums. And I'm also shocked when we get somebody like SE dropped in. You know what I mean? I haven't seen SE in a while. I'm excited to see him. Like, there's people that are here all the time, but then there's other people that like Rebel floating in, for example, earlier, or Duke Raoul being missing, for example, stranded. Iraq now seems to hit every damn stream, and I'm appreciative. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Nah, SE, don't shut the fuck up. Keep going, man. Keep going. I like it. I dig it. Oh shit. Is that what happened, Iraq? I just figured, people tune out of the stream and just fade off. Like Steve never says goodnight usually. He just fades out and goes to sleep, tunes out or whatever. Stuff like that. And then there's other people like Stranded the other night. She was like, I nodded off. I'm sorry. And I'm just like, oh shit, Stranded's still here? Like we thought she had logged out way before. Oh, look, here comes Steve. He woke back up. But yeah, I mean, I do appreciate all you guys. And this stream wasn't even supposed to happen. Like I just got on here to basically clear my plate, get shit off my mind, and everybody else jumped in, and I guess everybody else had a bad day and wanted to get shit off their mind, and here we all are, just getting our shit off our mind and leaving it right here as an imprint on the internets to say, hey, fuck you, world, we were here. It's why you don't talk about politics. Dude, I don't do just like this one's kind of been more of a strictly political kind of take and show. Oh shit. Hold on a second. Don't you do it, cat. Don't you do it. Good kid. Aw, Bracky. It's okay. I got it. I got it, buddy. Poor cat. Poor cat had to cough up a hairball and I caught it before it hit the ground. Yay, me. No big cleanup. And that's actually getting worrying. I'm thinking my cat doesn't have much longer. Um, I don't. Yeah, Steve Kerfuffle is Batman, possibly. He's not Batgam, but he's Batman. Yeah, I don't normally do just full on politics. Like I'll talk news at first, SE, and then usually we go off into goofy shit like best '80s song go, stuff like this. Start listing out movies and things like this. Um, this was one though. I figured clear that palette of the political, or try to. But definitely appreciate you jumping into the stream too, man. It's good to see you. Fair enough, SE. I'm right there with you. Actually, I got to finish out my damn challenges on Marvel Rivals and then go to sleep because tomorrow I got to paint. Yeah, you heard what Smurf said. He's like, I wanted to see if you want to go on and maybe play a little Fortnite game. Maybe go out there, shoot a couple people, make fun of some kids, teabag them, and move on with our lives. But no, you got to stream. You always got to be running your fucking guns, Gam. I'm getting a little sick of you, Gam. Okay, I'm going to take you beyond the ring and beat your ass like Paulie. What's wrong with a little teabagging? It's one of those things you do in games. Like everybody teabagged the noob. He got shot in the head. He fell down. We're going to stand over his dead body and teabag him. Doing the old clam slam. Hey, come on, Gab. Valheim, let's get that on stream. Maybe next Friday. Playing Doom Eternal actually made me feel like sick. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it was the fast motion or what, but like legitimately, when we were on stream and I was playing Doom Eternal, when I got through that second level, I was like, man, I gotta stop playing. I feel like I'm gonna puke. Like it just made me dizzy. And it was good to follow it with Batman, where it was kind of like over the shoulder kind of game, like third person. Something about it just hit me weird. Steve, I have not seen it, but I am going to look it up after this stream. I will tell you that. Well, you know why Smurf said when he called in, hey, Adrian, you want to go to the zoo with me? Like on the date? Because of the famous line out of Rocky. Rocky says to Paulie, he's like, hey, Paulie, I'm taking your sister out. Where do you think I should take her? He's like, take her to the zoo. Retards like the zoo. Yeah, Iraq, I have beaten not this version of Arkham Asylum. I beat the old school original, not Series X version of Arkham Asylum 100%. I 100%ed it, found every Riddler trophy, all the different secrets, the whole nine yards. This one, I'm just doing a run through, basically. Like, I use it to break up the monotony, yell I'm Batgam a lot, and I just figured it was something that people would like to see or have fun with because I do a lot of Marvel characters or Batman characters when I'm painting. Like DC, Marvel, Pokemon, all kinds of different shit. You getting? Wait, who's going? Are you going, SE, or is Eugene going? Okay. Steve said, "Night, Eugene. Good night, Eugene. Good night, Eugene. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Eugene. Thank you for dropping in, brother. I'll be on tomorrow night. I'm a minute off, and then it's time to close it out, guys. Time to wind it down. I'll be back to talk shit tomorrow night, and we'll actually paint shit and talk shit. Hopefully we finish out Squirrel Girl, and then I'm not gonna lie. Unless I get some serious printing done, I'm only going to have enough to maintain Thursday night shows, no Sunday night shows going forward. But we'll see. We'll see. I've actually been working on 3D printing things, so we'll see what I come up with. I've got a couple that need to get painted, like good old Hulk here. I'm looking at the Batman Who Laughs. I got that Spider-Man. I don't know if I like that Spider-Man, and I'm going to do it, though. I might redo him, do a different model of him. The night is young. Well, SE, if you're a night owl, I'll be on tomorrow night too, bud. But I thank all you guys. E-Rock, I'm glad you got your power back, brother. Hopefully it cools down, because I'm sure it's hotter than hell. I'll be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. I guess we'll do a little follow up on this. I don't want to stay on all this shit all night, though. Let's get to funner things and goofier things, and trying to forget about life for a minute. And like I said, I wasn't planning on making this a whole big thing, but apparently a couple hours later, and a bunch of views, a bunch of likes, and a bunch of amazing people blowing through. Shout out to Shrey, greatest mod on these internets. Shout out to every last one of you guys for dropping in. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. All you guys had base takes, based opinions. And I do appreciate every last one of you even taking the time to drop in on this old dude and hang out for a minute. And yeah, I was going to play Marvel. I might just eat and go to sleep. It's fucking 2 a.m. I'm whooped. And now I'm like cooling down from being angry, which is even worse. That adrenaline spike's wearing off. The monster's wearing off. Have a night you deserve. I deserve a night of just, debauchery. But that's not the night I'm going to get. I'm going to get a quiet one where I just pass the fuck out with the dog sleeping on my legs. Oh, tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll be painting. Maybe. I mean, if you got an Xbox, add GAM and just send me a message. Maybe we'll rock it out. Thank you again, guys. And everybody just try and enjoy the night. Tomorrow is another day. And let's hope it's a better one. What do you say? Hang tough, and just remember, until I talk to you guys tomorrow, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.